13 in brackets 16. It consists of 7 pages and is dated 4 August 2020.
Sorry. These are 3 affidavits by the witness, right?
Indeed, my lord.
They are all in terms of section 212.
Yes, indeed.
The defense, are you aware of that?
Yes.
What we have, my lord, is duplication. Like, for example, there's one I was asking from my learned colleague that I do not have.
Now, I think we're talking at cross purposes. I'm saying, I'm asking Mr. Baloyi whether all these affidavits by this witness are made in terms of section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
It is so.
And we all know the legal consequences arising therefrom. We all know that.
Indeed, so.
Are you going to call your client's expert?
We are busy in discussion with that, my lord. We have engaged somebody, they're busy raising funds for that, my lord.
You haven't consulted him?
We haven't consulted with him, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi, are you calling your client?
That's the same position, madam. We'll be using joint experts.
Right?
Thank you.
That is the same position. Thank you. It is this.
My lord, we are in discussion with that expert.
So, what's the name of the expert?
It's Mr. J.C. de Klerk. He's working for
Mr.
J.C. de Klerk.
J.C. de Klerk.
Yes, he's in partnership with Mr. Stale.
Now, when this witness finishes with his evidence, what's going to be the position?
We will meet and consult, my lord, because we like I say, there's a financial constraint on behalf of our clients. We've received the quotation from the expert. They are busy with their family members trying to sort out the finance for that, my lord.
So he hasn't yet been instructed, in other words?
He hasn't been instructed financially or in terms of material, my lord.
Okay. Mr.
As a court, please, my lord. Then the next exhibit that the witness will be referring to, it's a new exhibit that we've marked Exhibit X in brackets 13D. Yes, 13D. It's a section 212 statement by Warrant Officer Rule Officer.
Rule officer?
Yes, Rule Officer.
Okay. Yes.
Then the witness has prepared a court chart that he'll be referring to. It's a new exhibit. It's been marked Exhibit X in brackets 13, in brackets E1 up to 5, up to E5. It consists of 5 pages. It's E1, E2, E3, E4, and E5.
All right.
Then the witness will also be referring to an exhibit which has already been handed up. It's Exhibit X2. That is the extract of the firearm transfer register. That's the one that Captain Charlie testified about.
Okay.
The witness will also be referring to Exhibit S. Exhibit S is the download of the cell phone that was found in accused number 3's possession.
Okay.
Then a new physical exhibit will be handed up. It will be Exhibit X2, is the firearm in question. There's already Exhibit X1, which is the interview
Oh, yeah.
between Ms. Zandi Kumalo.
So this is X2.
That one is X1. The firearm will be X2, my
Yeah,
lord.
fine. Okay.
We can assure the court that the firearm has been made safe.
You mustn't adduce evidence.
Yes. So there'll be no unpleasant incidents, my lord.
Yeah, fine. All right.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Just state your rank.
I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in the SAPS, my lord.
Lieutenant Colonel emaphoyiseni.
And where are you attached?
I am attached to the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory in Silverton.
Ngisebenzela ke le section noma unity ke ema ballistics forensic laboratory Silverton.
In what capacity?
As a forensic analyst and crime scene reconstruction specialist.
Nanjengomuntu owenza noma ke ohlolayo noma ohlaziyayo ke nokuthi ke aye kusona noma oyi specialist ke sazo indawo yegameko noma ke crime scene.
Is it that in common parlance you're called a ballistic expert?
That's correct, my lord.
Nacho ukuthi ungoti ke uyibham.
How many years service?
I'm 29 years in the police and then 28 years at the ballistic section.
Ngeminyaka ewu-29 ngisemaphoyiseni ewu-28 ke ngiyona ke i-unit lena yama-ballistic.
Just want to show you Exhibit X13 in brackets A. Can you identify that document for the court?
Yes, my lord, I can identify this document.
Exhibit 13A yebo ngiyamazi ke lo ophambi kwami.
Is that your affidavit?
That's correct, my lord.
I-statement sami esifungelwe.
What is the date thereof?
The date that it was signed.
Yes.
It was signed on the 5th of November 2014.
Sange 5 November 2014.
Right, you can go ahead and place the contents thereof on record.
My lord, I'll start with paragraph 2. Check.
No, start at paragraph 1.
Okay,
In case this case goes somewhere else. Okay.
I'll do so, my lord. I number 0471799/6. I am a captain, or was a captain by then, in the South African Police Services and in service of the state. I am attached to the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Can you read? It's fine.
I have been attached to the ballistic section since 1995 as an examiner of forensics, ballistic related cases. I have up to date examined in excess of 5,620 cases. I examine ballistics related cases as part of my daily task and testify on on a regular basis in the courts of South Africa. I have successfully completed a 3 years in-service training course at the ballistics section in the theoretical practical application of forensic ballistics science.
Imininingwane yakhe, sorry.
With the concurrence of everybody here, don't you think it's, because you say it's 15 pages,
Oh, it's 22 pages.
22
my lord.
pages.
Yes.
Why
but-
doesn't the kernel read
Yes.
so that there's congruity? Are you with me?
Yes.
And then you will interpret the document to the accused after that.
That's a good basis.
Yeah, because this is science document. You must read. If it goes anywhere else, fine. It will be interpreted to the accused thereafter in full. Paragraph by paragraph, Mr. Jonas. Is it okay? Thanks. Yebo.
Paragraph 2.1. I have received in-service training in the following aspects of the forensic ballistic science: identification of ammunition, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, the use of microscopic equipment, microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullets and cartridge cases, microphotograph, identification of firearms, examination of firearm mechanism, the different manufacturing processes of firearm and firearm components, examination of homemade devices, techniques associated with the recovery and restoration process of obliterated alphanumeric figures on the metal, the reloading of ammunition and manufacturing processes of ammunition, the short-range determination, crime scene investigation and examination techniques, the taking of photograph, documentation of the results during investigation, microscopic individualization of tools and tool mark, physical matching, and then we have what we call internal ballistics. Internal ballistics is the functioning of a firearm mechanism during the firing process, the burning rate of propellant powder and gas pressure, the transfer of marks by firearm to cartridges, cartridge cases, and fired bullets. And intermediate forensic ballistics, the effect that hot gases, propellant powder, and partially bent propellant powder has on intermediate targets before and after exit of the bullet from the muzzle of a firearm, the forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by intermediate targets, and the external forensic ballistics, the trajectory of a bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact, and terminal ballistics, terminal forensic ballistics, the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, which is wound ballistics, the effect that the bullet has on the target, and vice versa, the effect that the target has on the bullet. I visited the firearm and ammunition manufacturers to ascertain for myself which processes are used in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. Locally, I visited LEW, which is Littleton Engineering Works. I visited Truvelo. I visited New Generations Ammunition, which is NGA. I visited Somchem, Swart Labs, and in foreign countries, I visited Norinco in China. During August to September 2002, I attended the course presented by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI of the United States, which comprises of the following: the bullet trajectory reconstruction, techniques in firearm identification, gunpowder and gunshot residue. During November 2010, I attended the course presented by Ross M. Gardner of Bevel Gardner and Associates from the United States also, which comprises of the following: the bloodstain pattern analysis, level 1, bloodstain pattern analysis, level 2, and crime scene reconstruction, level 1. In 2012, but it's not on this, I also did the advanced bloodstain pattern analysis with Ross Gardner. In 2.9, I have obtained a national diploma in policy with the University of South Africa.
Yeah, right. You can interpret for the
Okay, Madam.
persons in court. Because now we're starting with your investigative analysis.
Mina-ke chaza-ke inamba yasesiphoyiseni owukapteni-ke kumaphoyisa ase-South Africa uthi-ke wayewukapteni ngaleso sikhathi-ke sewuLieutenant Colonel manje-ke futhi ngisebenzela wona-ke umbuso ngisebenza kuyona-ke ihlangathi noma-ke i-section yama-ballistic noma esebenza nge-IBAM ngisebenzile kule unit noma ngaqala ukusebenza kuyona-ke ngo-1995 nanjengomuntu obheka-ke noma ohlolisisa-ke ama-case aphathelene noma amacala amayelana ne-IBAM ukuze kube manje-ke sengibhekene noma sengihlole ama-case awu-5,620 futhi-ke la macala lana ngiwabheka-ke noma ngisebenza ngawo-ke ilanga nelanga futhi kunikeza ngobufakazi kwiyinkantolo zala eNingizimu Afrika ngenza-ke i-service noma-ke i-in-service phakathi-ke emaphoyiseni yeminyaka emithathu emayelana nawo-ke ama-ballistic ngathola-ke le in-service training elandelayo kuwona ema-forensic ballistic science ukubheka nokwazi ukubona ukuthi iy'nhlamvu eseyisebenzile kanye futhi namagobolondo esebenzile uma sekusetshenziswa-ke lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi i-microscope kanye futhi-ke uma usebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope kanye-ke nokusebenzisa yona i-microscope ukuthi uhlukaniseke phakathi kwe-IBAM iy'nhlamvu kanye futhi ney'nhlamvu ey'setshenzisiwe kanye futhi nawo amagobolondo nokwazi futhi ukwahlukanisa i-IBAM ney'nhlobo futhi-ke noma ukusebenza kwazo i-IBAM iy'nhlobo ezahlukahlukene ze-IBAM noma zokwenziwa kwazo i-IBAM kanye futhi naloko okuhambisana nako kanye futhi nokuthi ukwazi ukubheka nokuthi uboneke ukuthi lona-ke akusona-ke isibhamu sangempela kodwa yilesi abasibiza ukuthi-ke uzenzele indlela-ke eyihambisana nokuthola kanye futhi-ke nokubuyiselwa kwenqubo yalawo manamba lawo abizwa ngokuthi-ke amanamba lawo ama-serial number acishiwe noma-ke asesusiwe kusona isibhamu ukuthi futhi uhlanganise inhlamvu kanye futhi nenqubo-ke yokwenza zona-ke iy'nhlamvu lezo nokubheka-ke ibanga noma ukuthi nkathi-ke kudutshulwa ibanga belikangakanani ukuphenya-ke kwiy'ndawo zeyigameko kanye futhi-ke ney'ndlela ey'thize-ke zokwenza lokho. You ended at page 3. Okay. Ukuthwetshulwa kwazo-ke iy'thombe kanye futhi-ke nama-documents kulona-ke uphenyo ukwahlukanisa-ke ukusebenzisa yona-ke inqubo abayibiza ngokuthi i-microscope nokuthi bekusetshenziswa ziphi-ke iy'khali nokuthi uqhathanise futhi ukusetshenziswa kwe-IBAM noma ukusebenza kwe-IBAM uma ngabe kudutshulwa la esekutholakala khona-ke ukuthi kunokusha okukhona okubangelwa yiyona-ke impuphu kanye futhi-ke ne-pressure yayo i-gas ukundluliselwa kwama-marks ukudluliselwa yisona isibhamu noma-ke amagobolondo asesetshenzisiwe kanye futhi nazo iy'nhlamvu ey'setshenzisiwe ukuthi-ke lawo magesi lawo ashisayo ukuthi ashiyane noma enzani-ke kanye futhi nayo impuphu kanye futhi-ke nokusha okukhona noma okutholakalayo kuyona-ke i-target ngaphambi nasemuva kokuthi-ke inhlamvu isiphumileke la ngaphambili kuloko okubizwa ngokuthi i-muzzle yaso isibhamu kanye futhi-ke nokwakhiwa-ke kanye futhi nokuthi-ke kusalane ngasemuva emuva kokuthi isibhamu sesidubulileke ukuhamba kwenhlamvu uma sesiphuma kusona-ke isibhamu kuze kula iyogcina khona-ke noma la izothi iwele ngakhona-ke kanye futhi nokuthi-ke uma sekudutshuliwe-ke ukuthi yenzani noma inhlamvu yenzani la kwisona iskin somuntu bayibuza ngokuthi-ke i-wound ballistic leyo kanye futhi nokuthi-ke inhlamvu leyo yenzani-ke uma isishayile la ukudutshulwa khona kanye futhi nokuthi-ke yena-ke noma la inhlamvu ishaya khona ukuthi yona-ke kwenzekani-ke emuva kokuthi inhlamvu leyo isiphumile ngaya-ke kwindawo ezahlukeneke ezenza i-IBAM ukuthi ngiyobona ke indlela abasebenza ngayo uma benza ibham kanye futhi nezinhlamvu. Indawo engaya kuzona ke iLittleton Engineering Works LEW, eTruvelo, eNew Generation Ammunition, iNGA, iSomchem, iSwartcliffe. Kumazwe ke angaphandle ngaya eNorinco eChina. Ngo-August kuyofika ke kuSeptember ka-2002 ngenza ke i-course eyayenziwa ke i-Federal Bureau of Investigation abayibiza ngokuthi ke i-FBI eyase-USA. Yona ke kwakwenziwa lokhu okulandelayo ukuthi ke ubheka ke ukuhamba kwenhlamvu noma ke ukwakhiwa kabusha ke kokuhamba kwenhlamvu lokuba ukuthi ureconstructor indlela ke zokuthi ukwazi ke usibone ke isibhamu kanye futhi nempuphu ke le esalelayo noma ke ipowder le esalelayo yaso isibhamu uma sekudutshulwa. NgoNovember ka-2010 kunekhosi ke engaya kuyona ke eyayenziwa uyena ke uRoss M. Gardner waseBevel, uGardner kanye nama-associates ababuya e-United States of America. Yona ke kwakubheka ke igazi ke ulevel 1 kakunye futhi ke neindlela noma ama-pattern okubheka igazi ulevel 2 kanye futhi nokwakhiwa kabusha ke kwendawo yesigameko ulevel 1. Ngathola ke i-National Diploma esiphoyiseni kuyona khona e-UNISA, University of South Africa. You mentioned about 2012, which is not here. What did you say?
I did the advanced
Okay.
pattern analysis.
Khona ke engabhaliwe lana abeshilo eyango 2012 kodwa ke ayibhaliwe lana kule document. Okay, can proceed.
What is that?
Is
Can you
it
place the
advanced?
qualification on record?
I did that this advanced.
Yeah, just place it on record because you say it's not annotated.
It's not allocated, but it's advanced crime scene reconstruction and advanced blood stain pattern analysis.
Right?
I-advance ke yona ke kuona ke ukubheka ke uqondisisa noma ke ukuhamba kwegazi, blood stain and advance blood stain and
Crime scene.
okay kanye ke nokwenziwa noma kwakhiwa kabusha ke kwendawo yesigameko.
And where was this course presented?
The course was presented here locally.
Kwakuyi-course eyayikhona ke la ekhaya.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, can we for a moment stand still at the cases that you've been involved in? Can you mention some of the noteworthy cases that you were involved in?
My lord, I did a lot of cases. I was involved in the reconstruction of the Oscar Pistorius case. I was involved in the case of
Yeah, just a minute.
Kunamacala amaningi ke engisengasebenza ngawo ke ngisebenzile ke la kwakhiwa kabusha ke isini noma ke indawo yesigameko kwicala lakhe uOscar Pistorius.
Did you testify in that case?
That's correct, my lord. I testified in the case.
Nganikeza ngobufakazi kulelo cala lelo.
In which forum was the case heard?
It was in the High Court in Pretoria.
Lelo cala ke laliqulwa khona la enkantolo ephakeme yasePitoli.
Do you remember if any funding was made regarding your evidence?
My lord, I can't remember the findings which you made, but he was found guilty based on my evidence.
Ukuthi ke inkantolo yathini ke mayelana nobufakazi bami kodwa angikwaziyo ke ukuthi nje walahlwa ke icala noma watholakala ke enecala ngobufakazi engabethula.
Yes.
I also did the Luke Tibet case, the toddler who was hit by a stray bullet on the head while on the mother's lap.
In Heidelberg.
The name?
No, it was in Joel.
The name, sir?
Luke Tibet.
Nalo ke icala lakhe uLuke Tibet umntana ingane ke eyashaywe inhlamvu iphethwe uma wayo.
And talking of a case where a toddler was hit by a bullet whilst on the mother's lap, was there another similar case that you were involved in Delmas,
In Delmas,
involving a toddler on the mother's back?
I did that one, but I can't remember the findings. I also did reconstruction on that one also.
Khona ke nalo ngibuza ngalo ke laseDelmas kodwa ke ukuthi isinqumo saba yini noma inkantolo yanquma ngokuthini angisakhumbuli.
Is it correct that that case involved a deflection of a bullet on an overhead power line?
Yes, I remember that one.
Yes, can you
It
just
was
tell
a
us?
shot fired and then the bullet hit the pole deflected from the pole into the house, and the child who was in the house went through the window, and the child was lying on the bed, but just immediately after that, mother put him on the bed and was also hit by that bullet.
Engikhumbulayo ke ngalelo cala ukuthi ke kwadutshulwa lapho yaseke inhlamvu iyoshaya ke ipole noma ke epalini yase ingena ngefastela phakathi ke endlini yashaya ingane eyayileli phezu kombhede.
Do you remember in which forum this case was heard?
It was also in High Court that case.
Nalo ke lelo cala lelo lalisenkantolo ephakeme.
Do you know if reliance was placed on your evidence or your report in that case?
Well, I can't remember.
Yes, that's fine.
Ukuthi ke yanqumani ke ngobufakazi bami kulelo cala inkantolo angisakhumbuli.
Yes, other cases?
I was also involved in reconstruction of the Babita Diokoran case.
Nakulona ke icala lika Babita Diokoran nganikeza ngobufakazi.
And that case was recently finalized, in fact, last week.
That's correct.
Icala ke eliqeda nje ukuthi ke li kulwe ke enkantolo kuleli viki elidlule.
Do you know how it was finalized?
The accused in the matter pleaded guilty.
Ukuthi ke umangalelwa noma abamangalelwa kulelo cala ke bavuma ke icala.
Yes, other cases?
I have a problem, my lord, with this line of eliciting evidence because there is no reference that has been made in the statements that we have. At least maybe if we can be given case numbers of those cases so that we can on our own go and make a cross-reference on what the witness is testifying about now. Because seemingly it becomes part of his evidence. I don't know the relevance on the part of the state.
No, he's just testifying about his experience in giving evidence in court. So if the defense wants to get hold of those cases, you can do so.
Thank you, my lord. If we can be given case numbers and the year, then we can be able to go and check those cases so that we can verify if this information is correct.
At least
or
the
not.
ones he has quoted, I know them all.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't know them. I have to go and check them, my
Yeah,
lord.
fine.
Yes.
Would be of assistance
Yeah,
to the
just,
defense
yeah.
in this regard, my lord.
Fine, okay.
Yes, other cases you can remember, perhaps?
I can't, because I did a lot of cases, my lord.
Yes.
Angikakhumbuli nje onke ke ngoba bese ngishilo ukuthi maningi ke amacala ngaba kuwona ke.
Any recent high-profile investigations?
The recent one.
Yes.
The recent one that I did, my lord, it's last month, end of last month and beginning of this month. I was,
Sorry, elisha ke ngiqeda ukulenza manje ke uma kuphela nje inyanga endlule ke kuqala yona leni inyanga. Yes.
I was in DRC to assist with the reconstruction of the case where the former Minister of Transport was found with a gunshot wound in the head.
Bengise DRC ke la bengiyola ke lekelela khona ke ukuthi owaye ungqongqosheke khona lapho watholwa ke elimeleke okwabangelwa ke yona inhlamvu ekhanda.
And can you just briefly tell the court about that? What were your findings?
My findings on that case, my lord, it was mentioned that he has been assassinated, but when I did the reconstruction, I could tell that the wounds sustained are self-inflicted wounds.
Lapho ke inkulumo yayithi ke umuntu owabulawa ke lapho kodwa ke uma sengihlola ke ngathola ukuthi amanxeba ke zenza wona ke.
Posing a very serious problem for us because now the witness is testifying about a case as far as the
No,
person is
Mr. Minister,
concerned.
this witness is telling us about his experience.
Madam, I think
And I think it's relevant for this court to know whether he's an expert or not.
yes, madam, but suffice it to say that he attended the case in DRC where he was also involved. in
Yeah,
the
like for instance, he
organization,
says,
but now to
he
get
says,
to
he
the
says he was
merits of the
trained,
case-
wait, he says he was trained by the FBI. So must we all go to America now?
No, man, that's not the same. I mean, for this witness to come and then testify on the.
No, the
content,
evidence is
on the
allowed,
merits of
okay?
case,
The evidence is
actually-
allowed. May I continue, Mr. Balwe?
As a court, please, my lord, yes, you may proceed. Yes, you were telling about your findings.
I said the findings were that the wound sustained were self-inflicted.
Bebengikusho ukuthi akusonaka amanxeba abangelwa ke omunye umuntu kodwa ke abangelwa uyena ke.
Any other cases outside the borders of the country wherein you were involved?
My lord, I did a number of cases in Lesotho also. I was assisting Lesotho in a number of cases.
Akhona ke amacala futhi amaningi ke engilekelele ngawo eLesotho.
I can't remember the year, but I did other cases in Ivory Coast where 45 people were shot by the French soldiers or the French army, where I went with Professor Simon to reconstruct the incidents.
Angiyikhumbuleke unyaka kodwa ke nase Ivory Coast ngaya ke la kunabantu abawu45 abadutshulwa khona ke ngihamba naye ke uProfessor Simons.
And who is Professor Simon?
Professor Simon was the pathologist who was working in Pretoria.
Kwakuyi pathologist ke sebenza khona la ePitoli uSimons.
Yes, any other cases?
I can't remember the
That's
others.
fine,
Amanye ke amacala ngiwakhumbuli.
right? Can we then get back to your affidavit, page 3?
Sorry, now the rest of the affidavit is in connection with your investigations and reconstructions.
On this one.
Yeah, it's no longer about qualifications.
That's correct.
Mr. Jonas, then you interpret paragraph by paragraph as it testifies, okay?
Yes, paragraph 3.
Right, on paragraph 3, it said, on Monday, the 27th of October 2014, during the performance of my official duties, I attended the crime scene at house number 13511, Kutwanong Street, Spruit View, in Fort Loras area. The scene was attended on request of Captain Bentley of Gauteng Provincial Task Team Crime Scene Management. The crime scene was attended and examined with the assistance of my colleagues, Lieutenant Colonel Makati and Warrant Officer Ntini, both from the ballistic section.
Kwathi ke ngomsombuluko nge-27 ka-October 2014 ngenza ke umsebenzi wami ngaya ke kwindawo yesigameko kumuzi number 13511 Kutwanong Street Spruit View eFosloras. Lapho ke kwakukhona ke noma ngaya khona lapho ke ngokucelwa uCaptain Bentley obuya ke ku-task team yesifunda i-crime scene management. Lapho ke kwakukhona ke noma kulekelela engisebenza nabo ke uLieutenant Makati no Warrant Officer Ntini bobabili ke babuya ke kwi-ballistic section.
Do you remember what time you arrived at this address?
My lord, I can't remember what time I arrived at the scene, but it was, because I received the call, it was just before 10 o'clock, and then I drove straight to the scene. On arrival, it was approximately 11 past 11. I can't remember the time.
Isikhathi ke ngisasikhumbula kodwa kwakungaphambi nje ko-10 ke uma ngithola ke ucingo ke luthi angiye khona lapho uma ngifika ke kwakunje ngabo 11 noma emuva ke ko-11 kodwa ke angisikhumbula isikhathi kahle.
Yes, you may proceed.
The intention and scope of this forensics examination comprises of the following: crime scene reconstruction and bullet trajectory determination.
Inhloso ke noma imbangela ke yokuya khona lapho ke kuyilokhu ke ukwakha ke noma ukubheka ukwakha kabusha ke indawo yesigameko kanye nokubheka ke nokuthola ukuhamba kwayo enhlanzi.
Right, I've attached the photos of the crime scene that I took on the day, as depicted on photo 1, which shows the address The house number 13511 Kutlwano Street, Spruit View.
Lana ke kuneyithombe engayithwebulaka ngalelo langa ke ukutshengisa ke umuzi lowo engaya kuwona eku number 13511 Kutlwano Street, Spruit View. Isithombe sokuqala.
Yes. And photo 2 shows the same house from different angle.
Isithombe sesibili ke kwakuloya muzi ke iwona ke loya muzi kodwa ke kolunye uhlangothi ngakolunye uhlangothi.
Right. Photo 3 showing the door leading into the kitchen.
Bes-
The house.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe sesithathu ke siqapha ke isiqapha esingena ke ekitchen.
Photo 4 showing the kitchen.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe sesine sikhombisa ke noma sitshengisa ikhishi.
And then paragraph 5. On examination of the crime scene in the kitchen, I observed the following. There were 2 possible bullet damages were identified on the door and on the floor tile, and were marked by me A1 and A2 respectively.
Bese kuthi ke kunendawo ezimbili ke ekwakubonakala ke noma ongathi ke azilimele futhi zilinyazwe iyona ke inhlamvu engayibona ke esiqapheni kanye nakuthayela phansi ngase ngiyimaka ke uA1 kanye noA2.
5.2, the possible bullet damage marked A1 on the door leading outside the house from the kitchen. The bullet did not perforate the door but only ricochet on the door.
Bese kuthi ke la kunawo ukulimala khona ke noma kubukeka ngathi ukulimala ke okwabangelwa iyona ke inhlamvu engakumaka nanjengo A1 kusona ke isiqapha esiholela ngaphandle ke komuzi uma uphuma ekitchen inhlamvu ke ayizange ke iphumele ngale kusona ke isiqapha kodwa ke yashaya khona ke esiqapheni yase futhi ke iyandlula.
And 5.3, a possible bullet damage on the floor tile marked by me A2. It has traces of bullet fragments and lead around this damage.
Bese kuthi ke la kwakunokulimala khona ke phansi kuthayela ngamaka khona ke ngoA2 ila kwakubona khona ke ukuthi kunemizila khona ke yokulimala noma ke yenhlamvu ke elimele nokuthi nala iholela khona ke khona lapho kwalimala khona.
Those are shown in photos 9 and 10.
Lokho ke ukubona kuyithombe u9 kanye no10.
But on photo 5, showing the position of both bullet damages marked A1 and A2.
Kodwa ke kusona ke lesi sithombe esiu5 yila ubona khona ke la nakulela kulimala okuphawule uA1 kanye naye uA2.
Photo 6,
Just trying to locate the laser pointer. Let me, if maybe you can just, if we can go back to paragraph 5, just show that on the screen.
paragraph 5.
Yes,
After
those
paragraph-
points A1 and A2
It will
on,
be on photo 5.
yes, on photo 5.
Right, in photo 5, A1 is there on the door.
Yena ke uA1 lana.
And then A2, let's move it up. No, same photo 5. Up again. Sure. A2 is there on the tile.
Nangu yena ke uA2 lo yana kuthayela.
Yes, you may proceed.
Photo 6 showing the door and the position of possible bullet damage, which is marked A1.
Bese kuthi ke sona ke lesi sithombe esiu6 wona ke isiqapha kanye nala khona ke kunokulimala khona ke kwabangelwa yona ke inhlamvu okuA1.
Can you also show it on the screen?
On the screen, there's the position of A1.
Yona ke uA1 lo qeda umkhomba manje. My position yakhe.
Yes, you may proceed.
Photo 7 is also showing position of A1. And then photo 8 is a close-up photo of A1.
Bese kuthi ke lesi sithombe siwu7 ke ila khona ke silimele khona isicapha bese kuthi ke isithombe lesi siwu8 ila lesa sithombe esisondeziwe khona.
If you can also just show on the screen every time when you refer to your photo.
There we have position of A1 on the photo, on photo 8.
Lapha na kusithombe 8 ila position ka A1 ke laqeda ikhomba manje.
Photo 9, we have a close-up photo of bullet damage or bullet defect marked A2 on the floor tire.
Bese kuthi ke lesi sithombe esiwu9 ke la isithombe lesi esisondeziwe khona ke la konakele noma ke kwalimala khona phansi kuthayela.
Which is depicted on photo 9 there on the screen.
Sona ke lesi sithombe.
Yes, you may proceed.
In photo 10 is the same defect of A2. And then on photo 10, you can even see the traces of lead around the defect.
Bese kuthi lesi isithombe ke u10 ke isona ke ikwale uyena ke u8 loyan uyabona ke nalapha yana eceleni kwalo yakulimala ke la ekubizwa khona ke lokho ukuthi ilead.
Can you show the traces of lead there on the photo?
The traces of lead, that is it, that we wanted to see that is there, and this on the side.
La emaceleni ke la akhomba khona.
Yes, you may proceed.
But in paragraph 6, I was informed by Captain Bentley that 2 spent bullets were recovered from in the kitchen. One was found on the floor close to the possible bullet damage, and it was found by members of the local criminal record center, Jamestown, and the other one was recovered by members of the Gauteng Provincial Crime Scene Management Task Team on top of the cabinet next to the door.
Ngatshelwa ke uyena uCaptain Bentley ukuthi ke kwakuneyinhlamvu ezimbili ezasetshenziswa ezatholakala ekitchen eyodwa ke yatholwa phansi eduze ke nala la bengilethome bengiqeda uyikhombisa manje ke la ekwakunokulimala khona phansi itholwa yona ke amalunga eLCRC aseJamestown kwaze kwathi eyesibili enye ke yatholwa amalunga ke ayo i-task team yesifunda ke saseGauteng phezulu nje kwekhabethe eduze nesicapha.
Scott, please, my lord, may the TSA evidence be allowed? May this hearsay evidence be allowed?
Oh, yeah. Are you going to call Bentley?
I don't think the issues are much, in dispute.
How do you know?
Well, given the evidence that has been tendered so far, my lord, can be
No, the point
accepted
is, are you
as
calling
common
Bentley?
cause. Yes. Yeah. We'll come back to that aspect. my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
Yes.
So you want the evidence to be provisionally allowed?
As a court places.
Okay. Defense?
Yes.
If it's provisionally allowed, my lord, I do not have an objection.
I have no objection, thank you.
Pending the calling of the author, my lord.
What's that?
Because it's provincial, my lord.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Fine.
Thank you. You may proceed.
During examination, on paragraph 7, I said, during examination, I took measurements of the bullet damage as indicated on photograph 11 to 14.
Ngathi uma sengihlola ke ngathatha ke noma ngaqala ke noma ngathatha ke wona ke ama measurements ayo ako ukulimala lokho okwabangelwa yinhlamvu nanjengoba kutshengiswa ke kuyithombe 11 kanye no14.
At 7.1, I took the height of the bullet marked A1 on the door, which was approximately 1.2 meters from the floor.
Ngase ngithatha yona ke ukuthi ke ubudeke noma ke height yayo ke imbobo leyo ke iyenhlamvu emakwe nanjengo A1 kusona isicapha ekwaku 1.2 ukusuka enzansi noma ukusuka phansi 1.2 meter ukusuka phansi.
That is depicted on photo number 11.
Kuyabonakala ke lokho kwisithombe u11.
And on photo 12,
Just show that on the photo.
on photo 11, that's the position of the bullet hole, and then that's the measurement. I use the measuring tape to use it.
Iyona ke lena ke imbobo yenhlamvu, iyona ke i-tape lena engiyisebenzisayo ke ukuqala.
Photo 12 is a close-up photo of the same measurements as it's there, 1.2, in line with the.
Nanjenga ubona ke laphayana ke uwena ke u1.2 leyana sondeziwe lesa sithombe.
I did the same thing with the bullet defect or the bullet damage on the tire. I measured it from the wall to the position of the defect.
Ngenza lokho ke na kona ukulimala lokho kwakuphansi ke ngaqala ukusuka ebondeni ukuya lapho ke kwakulimele khona phansi.
Right, photo 13 shows
Yeah, just before you proceed, the distance that's reflected in paragraph 7.2, is it correct?
10.7.2.
7.2. The distance from the door frame to the,
Yes, that's correct, Malok. It's 1.19.
Yebo ke impela ke uma ngathola ke leli abanga ke ku7.2 kusuka sona ke isicabha ke la kuma kukhona u82 phansi kwaku 1.19.
yes, but here is written 1.19.
It's 1.19, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Just show it on the screen.
This is on the door.
Photo
It will
11.
be photo 11. No, photo
11.
13. Let's go to photo 13. But when you look at photo 13, there's the wall there next to the frame of the door, and then there's the mark there. So the distance from the wall to that mark is 1.19.
Kwaku 1.19 ukusuka lapha ebondeni kunala khona ke kulimele khona.
And then photo 14 is a close-up photo of that. There's 1.19 in line with the defect that we have in this.
Uyena ke loyena u1.19.
Yes.
My lord, that was all that I did at the crime scene.
Iloko ke engakwenza ke kuyona ke indawo yesigameko.
On paragraph 8, the next day on Tuesday, the 28th of October, 2014, I attended the post-mortem at Jamestown Mortuary, and the post-mortem was conducted on the body of an African male with body number 2076/2014.
Kwasekuthi ke ngolesibili ke nge28 zika October 2014 ngase ngiya ke emakhazeni ase Jamestown la engaya khona ke kwakune postmortem khona ke yona ke yenziwa ke umzimba ke womuntu wesilisa ke umuntu omnyama nale number ke u2076/2014.
The body was the post-mortem was conducted by Dr. Steenkamp.
Eyenziwa ke uyena udokotela uSteenkamp.
It's the pathologist who testified yesterday, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Uyena ke benikeza ngobufakazi izolo.
So God, please, my Lord, we have requested that these photos not be shown on the screen.
Yeah, quite.
We make the same request.
Photo 14 showing the body of the deceased at the mortuary.
Lana sorry, Mr.
This was prior to the post-mortem was conducted.
Lana ke kulesi sithombe u14 ke ila kubonakala khona ke umzimba ke wakhe umufi emakhazeni bese beshilo ke ukuthi bekunesicelo ke sokuthi lezi ithombe zona ke zingavezwa khona la uthi kungaphambilini kokuthi ke i-postmortem yenziwe kulesi sithombe u14.
Sorry, just so that there's clarity. Your clients are aware of these photos. And you've discussed
so much.
them with your clients.
Indeed, so.
Because when Mr. Baloyi says we have an agreement that you shouldn't show them to the public.
My Lord will remember the same request was made on
Yeah.
the previous occasion, and we were given an opportunity for them to view the album, my Lord.
So they are aware of what
Indeed,
the
so.
witness is testifying about. Thanks. Okay.
Photo number 15, showing the upper body of the deceased with a face.
La photo 15 ke umzimba ke lona ongaphezulu ke kanye nobuso bakhe ke umufi
so that the person can be identified.
ukuze ke umuntu akwazi ke aziwe ke noma abonwe ke ukuthi ubani.
Photo 16, showing the body number on a tag, which was attached to the leg of it.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe u16 ila khona ke kunale number ke yakhona ke lapha yana ke ene tag.
Just put that on record. The body number.
The body number is 2076/2014.
2076 ka 2014.
And prior to paragraph 9, prior to the post-mortem examination, I examined the shirt and the vest worn by the deceased and found the following. Okay. Right, 9.1, the possible bullet hole on the chest position of the shirt, and I marked it S1.
Ngase ngithi ke ngaphambilini nje ukuthi ke i-postmortem yenziwe ke ngase ngihlola ke ihembe kanye ke nevest eyayiqokwe uyena ke umufi ngathola ke imbobo ke noma ngaba imbobo ke ebangelwe inhlamvu khona ke la esifubeni kulona ke i-shirt lelo ngase ngimaka ngo S1.
Yes. Which photo shows that?
The photo 17, showing the position of the hole on the shirt.
Isithombe ke u17 esikhombisa ke lokhu engiqeda ukufunda manje.
Right. Photo 18 is a close-up photo of the same hole on the shirt.
Bese kuthi ke u18 isithombe esisondeziwe ke sayo ke leyo mbobo leyo.
9.2, the possible bullet hole at the back side of the shirt, and marked it S2.
Bese kuthi ke u9.2 okungaba ke imbobo ke ebangelwe yona ke inhlamvu ngasemuva ke kwayo ke i-shirt noma ke iskipa ngase ngimaka ke njengo S2.
That there's a possible bullet hole in the chest, visible position on the chest position of the vest worn by the deceased, which is marked V1.
Bese kuthi ke kuyona ke i-vest ayeyigqokile ke nalapho kunembobo ke engabangelwa ke inhlamvu ngase ngimaka uV1.
Yes. Which photo depicts that?
Photo 21 depict that.
Kuyabonakala
Sorry,
lo-
photo 20 depict that.
Kuyabonakala lokho ke kusithombe u20.
Then possible bullet hole at the back side of the vest of the deceased, marked V2.
Bese kuthi ke nalapho ke imbobo ke engabangelwa ke inhlamvu ngasemuva ke kwayo i-vest ngase ngiyimaka uV2.
Right. What I did here, the S is for the shirt. On the shirt, S1 is the entrance, S2 is the exit, and on the vest, V1 is the entrance, and then V2 is the exit.
Lana ke kunalo S1 no S2 kube no V1 no V2 US ukhuluma ngayo ke i-shirt noma ke ihemba eligqokile uV yi-vest uS1 ke ila inhlamvu eyangena khona ke sona ke iskipa bese kuthi uS2 ila inhlamvu eyaphuma ngakhona uV1 ila inhlamvu eyangena khona kwi-vest bese kuthi uV2 ila inhlamvu eyaphuma ngakhona ke ngasemuva kuyona i-vest.
Yes. Which photo shows V2?
The photo that shows V2 is photo 21, position of V2.
uV2 ke yena ke uyabonakala kulesithombe esiku21.
Yes, you may proceed.
On paragraph 10, I examined the wounds sustained by the deceased during post-mortem and found the following. 10.1, the gunshot wound on the chest of the deceased and marked it B1. The wound has characteristics of a bullet entrance wound.
Bese kuthi ke ku10 ngase ngihlola ke amanqaba ke athola uyena ke umufi ngaso isikhathi leso se-postmortem ngase ngithola ke ukuthi ke inqaba ke noma ke ukulimala okwabangelwa isona ke noma uqhuma kwesibhamu esifubeni kuyena umufi ngase ngimaka ke noma ngiphawula nanjengo B1 futhi ke inqaba ke elalikhombisa ke ukuthi ila inhlamvu eyangena khona.
And what are those characteristics of a bullet entrance wound?
My Lord, when I look at this wound sustained, I want to explain it properly so that the court can understand. But before I explain the wound, I want to explain how a firearm works when a shot is fired. If you take a firearm, let's say a handgun, a pistol, you cock a firearm, what happens is a round is loaded into the chamber of the firearm.
Okay.
When you
Give me a chance. Ngifuna nje uchaza ke indlela isibhamu esisebenza ngayo uma sekuwukuthi ke usuyasikhokha isibhamu asike i-handgun noma i-pistol kune round ke ezoyongena kuyona i-chamber.
I'll use as dummy cartridge for demonstration. Now this will be in the chamber of the firearm. When you pull the trigger, what happens? The firing pin of the firearm will strike this part of the cartridge, which is called the primer.
Uma usidonsa ke ikona ke lokhu okuzohlala ku-chamber uma usidonsa ke i-trigger i-firing pin yaso ke isibhamu izoshaya khona ke lana said the primer ne? Babathi mayibiza ke emaphoyiseni i-primer.
Now this primer will produce flame that will ignite or burn the propellant powder which is inside the cartridge.
Lona ke izothi isiba nayo ke ukushisa ke okuba khona ke kona ke okuzo shisa ke i-powder lena engaphakathi kusona isibhamu.
Now this powder will start burning. When it starts burning, it turns into gas.
Uzoshaya ke uma isisha kuba ke i-gas.
And that gas exerts pressure in all directions, but your bullet will give the least resistance, and your bullet will be released from the cartridge case, and it will be pushed into the chamber of the firearm.
Ula khona
Into
ke
the barrel of the firearm.
ila khona ke inhlamvu yona ke isizophusheka ke iphusheka ke manje iya kuloko kubiza ngokuthi ke i-barrel yaso isibhamu.
Right. Normally the bullet, it's a little bit bigger in diameter than the barrel of the firearm. So when it's pushed into the barrel, what happens is the bullet will seal the barrel. So the gas that is produced will not pass through the bullet first or will not escape the muzzle before the bullet. So all the gas that is created by the propellant powder will push the bullet through the barrel.
Okuzokwenzeka ke ukuthi ke inhlamvu ke yona ke ayingeke ibisaphuma ke kuyona ke i-barrel. Kanye ke futhi nayo ke yonke ke leya gas leyana ke ayingeke iphumeke ngaphambi kokuthi inhlamvu iphumeke yona ke esizophusha ke inhlamvu leyo ukuthi iphumele ngaphandle kuyona i-barrel.
Now inside the barrel, there's grooves which are twisting. In most firearms, most pistols, the twisting of the grooves are to your right-hand side.
Bese kuba naloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke ngaphakathi kusona isibhamu unamagroove ke twistayo ke uma etwista kathiswela kuhlangothi langakwesokudla.
Right, those grooves will force your bullet to start twisting inside the barrel of the firearm.
Iloko kokuzophoqa ke inhlamvu ukuthi nayo ke ibese manje ke isiya twista ke ngaphakathi kuyona ke i-barrel yesibhamu.
And what happened is the propellant powder that's inside there, as it started burning from the back, the gas that is produced now at the back will push some of the powder particles which are at the front with the bullets to the front.
Manje ke leyo gas leyo izophusha ke i-powder kanye nayo ke inhlamvu iphushela ngaphambili.
Now the sound that we hear when a gunshot is fired or when a gun is fired, that sound comes from the compressed gas that is inside the barrel of the firearm. When the bullet exits, that gas, when it exits the barrel, it creates the sound that we hear when the shot is fired.
Kunalo msindo ke esuzwayo ke uma ngaba isibhamu sesiqhuma ke iyona ke leyo gas leyo uma sekuphuma nayo ke inhlamvu leyo iyona ke leyo gas ebangela loya msindo esuzwayo uma qhuma isibhamu.
Right, the gas is very hot when it exits there, and some of the powder particles which are at the front will not be burned. Some of it will be partially burned. So unburned and partially burned propellant powder will also exit through the muzzle of the firearm.
Manje ke le gas lena ke iyashisa ke futhi ke ukhona ke nale powder lena ke angeke isho ke ikhona ezosha ikhona ke ezosha nje kancane ke kukonke ke lokho kuzobe sekuyaphuma ke ngaphandle kusona isibhamu.
In the instances where we do distance determination, we're looking at the unbent and partially bent propellant powder, the spreading of the powder particles around the wound or around the entrance.
Futhi ke uma sizama ukuthi sithole ke ibanga ke siyabheka ke kulona ke inxeba lelo ke la ekunokusha khona ke noma ekunokusha kancane.
Those powder particles can only travel for a distance of about a meter. That's why you can do distance determination up to a distance of a meter, not more than that.
Ngoba ke lawo ma powder lawo noma leyo powder leyo ke ihamba nje ifice ibanga elingangemitha ingakho ke uma nathi sesikala ke ibanga eliyimitha.
But what you see is where you have a condensed or high density of the propellant powder, it shows that the firearm was close to the body. And the more the distance increases, the bigger your pattern of tattooing or stapling.
Uma kuukuthi ke ibanga ke belikude kila nala khona ke la kunenxeba noma kunokulimala khona kuzobona ukuthi kukakhulu ke kodwa ke uma ngaba khona ke siyakhona nokubona ke ukuthi futhi cha lana ke isibhamu lesi ke besisondele kakhulu.
Right, my lord. What I see on this, the wound sustained by the deceased here. Firstly, we look at the T-shirt and the vest. The holes on that T-shirt and vest are not normal hole from a normal bullet that penetrated the body.
Okay. Kuloko engikubonayo ke lana kule thombe eziphambi kwami ke kwivest nakusona ke iskipa okusukuthi ke akusona ke imbobo ejwayelekile noma ke kwinhlamvu ke ejwayelekile.
The tearing of this vest and T-shirt indicates a close range, and it's a very, very close range.
Ukudabuka kwale vest kanye ke nale T-shirt kukhomba noma kuyinkomba ke yokuthi ke bekusondele kakhulu.
What I see here, my lord, is the firearm was in contact with the body of the deceased.
Engikubonayo lana ukuthi ke isibhamu lesi sasinamatheleke emzimbeni wakhe umufi.
And when you speak of contact wound, where the firearm is in contact with the body, we've got a hard contact and a loose contact.
Uma sikhuluma ngaloko ke noma ke lokho kunamathela noma ke leyo contact leyo ikune hard contact kanye futhi kanye naleyo the loose contact.
Right. In case of a hard contact, what happens is when a shot is fired, all the gas and unbent and partially bent propellant powder will penetrate into the wound, will be found into, if the person has been shot, inside the wound during post-mortem, you will find the propellant powder particles, and the burning will be inside the wound, not outside the wound.
Kulokho ke uma kuukuthi ke isibhamu lesi ke besinamatheleke noma besisondele kakhulu ke lokho kusha ke noma ukusha kancane ke angeke ukutholeke la ngaphandle kodwa kutholakala ngaphakathi kulona inxeba.
In the case of a loose contact, it's where the firearm just touched the body. It's not pressed against the body, but it just touched the body.
Kodwa ke uma sikhuluma ke nge-loose contact ila khona ke nje ukuthi sithachile nje la emzimbeni isibhamu lesi kodwa hayi ukuthi sipressiwe kuwona umzimba.
Now in this case, it's a loose contact shot where the firearm only touched the body.
Kodwa ke lana ila nje kuphela ke ungathi nje isibhamu nje sathatha emzimbeni.
What causes the wound to appear like this is because the firearm has touched the body. When a shot is fired, the nose of the bullet, when exiting the barrel, starts pushing the skin. So because the skin is elastic, it creates a very small gap between the muzzle and the skin. When the bullet penetrates, some of the gases will penetrate with the bullet, then unbent and partially bent propellant powder will also bend or will also penetrate into the wound. And the gas that comes after that will bend the wound, the skin around the wound, and will tear the clothing that the person was wearing.
Ngoba ke lana ke igebe nje belincane kakhulu ke phakathi kwayo inhlamvu kanye futhi ke nawo umzimba noma ke lokho awayegqokile ke yiloko ke kubangela ke ukuthi kube kunokudabuka ke kwimpahla yakhe futhi ke igas elandela kamuva ke iyona ke lena ezobangela ke ukuthi kube nokusha ke okungaphakathi.
Right. If we look at photo number 23, which is the entrance wound on the chest.
Masibheka ke lana ku 23 ila khona inhlamvu eyangena khona esifubeni.
There's tearing of the skin around 7 o'clock and also around 3 o'clock. So where the skin has been tearing, that is caused by gas.
Kunokudabuka okukhona ke kwiskin kuma angles noma kuyinhlangothi ke ezahlukeneke u 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock ayibizileke.
So the burning that you see underneath and at the top, where the skin tends to be a little bit reddish, that's where the skin was burned by this gas.
La ubona khona ke kungathi kunokusha ke ila khona ke iskin sakhe ke sashiswa khona igas leyo.
These are the indications of a loose contact shot.
Iloku ke okuyinkomba ke yokuthi bekuyi loose isibhamu leso uma siqhuma ke bekuyi loose contact.
But when you continue with photo 24, showing the position of the exit wound,
Uma sibheka isithombe ke u24 ila khonjiswa khona ke la inhlamvu eyaphuma khona.
photo 25 is a close-up photo of that exit wound.
Bese kuthi ke u25 isithombe esisondeziwe ke sakhe u24.
But on this wound, this exit wound, if we look at the photo 25, it's an irregular, we call it an irregular shape wound, where the bullet coming from the body pushes the skin. The skin will expand up to a certain point where it cannot expand anymore, and then it bursts, creating this type of wound. Normally, the exit wound will never look the same, or in most cases, not look the same.
La inhlamvu ephume khona ke angeke kufaneke noma angeke yebo angeke kufaneke ngoba lana ila inhlamvu khona ke manje uma isiphuma ke emzimbeni isipressa ke iskin lesi bese kuthi ke naso ke siyavula noma siyadabuka ke sibone ke le shape lena ke esithi ke akusiyona ke ishape ejwayelekile noma ke esivamise ukuthi siyibone.
On paragraph 11, I also took measures of the wounds from the heel of the and from the heel and found that wound mark B1 on the chest was approximately 1.34 meters from the heel, and 11.2 wound mark B2 at the back was approximately 1.26 from the heel.
Ngase ngikala ke noma ngithatha ke ama measurements kuwona ke amanxeba ukusuka ke ama measurements awo amanxeba ukusuka esithendeni ngathola ke ukuthi ke inxeba ke elimakona njengo B1 elisesifubeni kwaku 1.34 meters ukusuka ke esithendeni bese kuthi ke inxeba elimakwe uB2 ngasemuva kwaku 1.26 meters ukusuka ke esithendeni.
And just for record purposes, what is wound mark B1?
Wound mark B1 is the entrance wound on the chest,
uB1 ileli ke elisesifubeni la inhlamvu yangena khona
And B2?
and then B2 is the exit wound at the back.
bese kuthi ke uB2 ila inhlamvu ke eyaphuma khona emhlane.
Right, photos 26 shows the measuring tape and measuring that, and the photo 27 is a close-up photo of it.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe u26 sitshengisa ke itape leyo ke akalwa ngayo bese kuthi ke u27 isithombe esisondeziwe.
Photo 28 showing the measurement of wound B2 at the back.
Bese kuthi ke u28 ila kalwa khona ke inxeba ke leli eliuB2 emhlane.
Right, if you look at the position of the wounds, as I said, B1 is 1.34 and then B2 is 1.26. It's a downward trajectory. It's not a straight line, it's a downward trajectory.
Uma usubheka ke noma ubuka ke ngishilo ke ukuthi inxeba leli ke la inhlamvu yangena khona uB1 u1.34 bese kuthi uB2 u1.26 meters okusho ukuthi yayingahambi straight ke inhlamvu yangena ke yabe isiyehla.
Right, my lord, I've checked the crime scene, I've examined the crime scene, now I've examined the body. What I have to do now is to put the body back into the crime scene to determine the position of the body when these wounds were inflicted and in what position was the deceased.
Manje ke sengileke kwindawo yesigameko ngenza ke umsebenzi noma ngahlola ke lapho ngileke manje emakhazeni ngawubheka ke manje umzimba manje sekufanele ngithathe ke manje lo mzimba ke ngiubuyisele khona ke kwindawo yesigameko ngibheke ukuthi inkathi elimala wayemi kanjani noma ekuyiphi iposition.
In paragraph 13, I said, after examination of the crime scene, the clothing of the deceased and the wound sustained, I could determine that at least 2 shots were fired at the house or at the crime scene.
Emuva kokuthi ngahlola ke kwindawo yesigameko impahla wayegqokile umufi kanye futhi ke nokulimala noma amanxeba ke atholakala kuyena ke ngathola ke ukuthi kuna isibhamu saqhuba kabili endlini.
13.1.1, I said one shot was fired directly to the floor in an angle of approximately 90 degrees.
ukuthi ke ishot eyodwa yadutshulwa ke noma yona ke yadutshulwa phansi kwi angle noma ke kwi angle ongathi ke u90 degrees.
My lord, I looked at the shape of the bullet mark or bullet damage on the tire. It's almost a circular shape. Now what does that tells me is, if you take a firearm, you fire it at the 90 degrees, your bullet will hit the floor and will hit it on the center part. So meaning your bullet will hit the floor in this thing. And it transfers all the energy that it have to the center part on the floor. So in this instance, what will happen is, that's what we call the effect of the bullet on the target and vice versa, which is called terminal ballistics. Now in this instance is, your bullet, if your bullet is stronger than the tire, your tire will be more damaged than the bullet. In the instance where your bullet is softer than the tire, the more damage will be on your bullet.
Okwenzekayo ke lana kuyona ke lo 90 degrees uma ngaba usuyidubula ke noma inhlamvu ihlake izohla ishaye khona ke lapho ila khona ke umonakalo uzoba khona uma kuukuthi ke ibullet yakho iyona ke strong kunothayela lowo uthayela ozolimala ke kodwa ke uma kuukuthi iyona ke soft iyona inhlamvu ezokuthi itholeke ukulimala.
Right, my lord, from the exhibit, from the crime scene, what I've noticed, and the lead around bullet hole on the tire, it indicates the type of bullet that was used. We
Uma
have-
ubheka sorry uma ubheka khona ke loka kulimala okulapha phansi kona ke kuyakutshela ukuthi yipi inhlamvu eyasetshenziswa.
Right, we have different types of bullets. We have what we call the full metal jacket. This one is called the full metal jacket bullet.
Iyona ke khuluma ngayo lena ayiphethe ke manje.
And when you look at this one, this is what we call the complete metal jacket.
Iyona ke complete lena ayiphethe sandla saku left.
Right, the complete metal jacket, it's more lead, soft lead, covered by a thin layer of copper.
Yona ke ungathi ke ithambileke kodwa futhi ke inayo ke necopper eimbozile.
And the full metal jacket, it's more strong than so this is basically mostly ammunition that is manufactured by PMP on military ammunition. The police are using the full metal jacket, the defense are using the full metal jacket from PMP.
Amasotsha akasebenzisa i-full metal yona ke eyenziwe u-PMP and that the police are using there.
The same bullet.
Nabo ke kanye namaphoyisa nawo futhi asebenzisa yona.
Now with this CMJ, the complete metal jacket, it's mostly used for training, so it's mostly reloading ammunition.
Bese kuthi lena ke ekuyi-complete yona ke CMJ yona ke isetshenziselwa ke uma ke setshenziselwa ukuqeqesha.
Right, if you look at bullet hole on the tire, when I say it's at a 90 degree, the tile is harder than this soft bullet. So on impact, the tile was, the bullet fragmented.
Uma ubheka ke lokakulimala okwakuphansi ke kona uthayela ke thola ukuthi ke uthayela ke noma lapha phansi kwakustrong ke kunayo ke inhlamvu ingakho ke uma itholakala inhlamvu yatholakala ke inokulimala nako.
And when you look at that, the lead that we see around that is the lead that's coming from this bullet. And some of the fragments were spread around the area. And I said, if somebody was close to that area, it's more likely that they could have been hit by the fragments from this bullet.
Futhi ke uma ubheka ke kuyona ke leya ndawo leyana ke ukuthi lokho ke okulimala noma ke kuneyindawo ezithize amaphathi athize ke asala khona lapho uma kuukuthi kwakunomuntu oseduze lapha yana ke loyo muntu loyo ke wayengathi ke akutholeke ukulimala kwako lokho.
Right, the bullet fragment that I have received from the crime scene is this one. It's consistent with the CMJ bullet that was, was deformed on impact on the tire.
I just show it to the defense.
Uthi ke yona awayithola lapha yana lena ke futhi ke iyahambisana ke naloka kulimala okwatholakala lapha yana.
You've seen it, Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, we will get to the chain as.
Yeah, no, fine, but I'm just saying, Those for the cake. Hayi nami ngifuna ukuyibona phela. Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Now, Colonel, you mentioned that if someone was close to the point of impact on the towel, they would have been hit by the bullet fragment. What about the lead? Would that have any effect?
The lead,
Yes.
the lead that comes is from this.
Just a point of clarification, this is not an objection per se, I just want to,
No, Mr. Minister, keep. You'll clarify.
I just want to find my lord, if that
How do
is
we
a
give evidence
factual
in
bullet that is
wait?
from
How
the
do we
scene.
give evidence in court?
My lord?
How do we give evidence in court?
No, as I'm saying, my lord, I'm taking.
You're
notes, so I
cross-examining
just
him.
want to
Wait,
ask
wait. When you say clarification, you're cross-examining him.
No, my lord.
What are you doing?
No.
What are you
Because
doing?
I just want to make assurances that be sure that I'm taking the right notes. I just want to find out if that is the actual bullet that was fired at the
You
scene.
just said that part of it fragmented because of the force when it hit at a 90-degree angle, where the concomitants that the tile was stronger in build than the bullet because the bullet was softer. It disintegrated and fragmented. That's what this witness is saying. Am I quoting you correctly?
You're correct, my lord.
I mean, yeah, okay.
The lead, would that have any effect?
The lead will be part of the bullet as
Yes.
it's fragmented. It will also be scattered. That's why I said, whoever was within that area, it's more likely that they could have been hit by these fragments from the, and then the fragments also include the lead.
Ingakho bengishilo ke uma lokho kubizwa ukuthi iyona ke iLED iyingxenye ke yayo inhlamvu ingakho ngishilo ke ukuthi kuloyo ke obeseduze noma uma kuukuthi kwakunomuntu oseduze wayezoshayeka ke nayo noma thinteke ke yiloko akushaya phansi kwayo inhlamvu.
And what is the effect of lead on the skin?
My lord, there's possibility that it could have penetrated the skin, it could have caused, but it will be very small wounds around that area of the legs.
Kwakungenzeka ukuthi lo muntu noma ke kwangangena ke esikhumbeni kodwa ke kancane nje kwangeke kube ukuthi kube kulimala okukhulu kodwa kancane.
Yes, we proceed.
Right, on paragraph 13.1.2.
Yes, just before you proceed, 13.1.1, can you just
13, .1.1.
Yes, can you just refer to the relevant photos?
On the relevant photos,
Yes.
it will be photo 14, or photo 9 and 10. That's more clearer.
U9 no10 ke izona ke ithombe egqamileke mayelana nalokho bengiceda ukufunda manje ke.
Yes, you may proceed.
The lead traces originating from the bullet were visible around the impact mark. Right. 13.1.2. The other shot was fired in the direction of the door at a slightly downward angle. Bullet damage marked A1 on the door had characteristics of an unstable bullet.
Can you just explain what is an unstable bullet?
Right. My lord, as I said, the grooves in the barrel of the firearm will force the bullet to spin. When the bullet exits the firearm or the muzzle of the firearm, it will come out in a spinning movement, so it will be rotating. Now, when you say the bullet is unstable, it's either it will hit an intermediate target where the target will affect the movement of a bullet. When it exits, like in this instance, I would say, we look at the position of the deceased, the wound sustained on the chest, and the wound sustained at the back. I'm of the opinion that, I'd say this is the bullet that perforated the body of the deceased. What happened is, he's in a standing position. The entrance is on the chest at 1.34, and then the exit is at 1.2. Now, if you look at the bullet hole on the door, it's 1.2. Now, if you take the deceased, place him on the crime scene, facing inside with a door behind him. If we close the door, the bullet was supposed to hit the door in a straight angle, and the possibility of it perforating to that side would be there.
Okay.
Now,
Lana ke esikwenzayo bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi kunalama grooves abangela ke ukuthi inhlamvu uma isiphuma kusona ke isibhamu iphuma ke noma ke ephuma ayihambi straight ke futhi ke uma isibhamu noma inhlamvu ise ishaya lana ke ishaye yena ke ishaya yena ibise yaphuma ke iyoshaya futhi ke esicabheni ngishilo ke ukuthi kwaku 1.34 la ngaphambili uma seyihlaka inhlamvu kwaba 1.26 la ngasemuva base kukwase ukuthi esicabheni ke kwabo sa measure u1.2 uma ukubheka ke lokho nangendlela owayimi ngayo simthathe simbeke lapha yana ke kwakungenzeka ke noma kwakufanele ukuthi ke inhlamvu leyo yashaya ke yabe isiyaphuma ngale. Yes.
right, the irregular shape on the door was caused by a bullet that was not spinning, but probably tumbling, moving on its side. It's either side to side or up and down.
Kodwa ke le ndlela ke isicapha esasilimele ngayo ke lokho kwabangelwa ukuthi kwakungasiyona ke inhlamvu eyayispina kodwa ke inhlamvu eyayijika njena ke ishintsha ama side uma ngabe ihamba.
Can you use photo 8 to demonstrate?
Right, the
What you say?
impact point of this bullet, my lord, will be this part of it.
Ila eyashaya khona ke inhlamvu.
So that's the impact point of this bullet. Now, when you look at the bullet, the height of that bullet, you look at the height of the exit wound and the entrance wound. If we take the deceased, put him against the door, where he touched the door, the exit wound will be 1.26. The entrance on the door will be 1.2. So there's a difference of 6 centimeters. Now, to cover that, what we do is you move the deceased further away from the door. If you move it further, you allow the bullet to drop 6 centimeters down.
Okay. Okwenzekayo ke uma ubheka lana ke lamabanga ke noma ke lokhu kumeasure lokhu la inhlamvu eyaphuma khona ke kwaku 1.26 meter bese kuthi uma umeasure lapha yana kulona kusona ke isicapha u1.2 esikwenzayo ke ukuthi sesizomhlehlisa ke simsuse lapha yana esicabheni ngoba manje usufuna uthola ke lo ya 6 cm kunale ya difference ka 6 cm.
Right. When you look at this part, this shows the bullet did not penetrate at an angle of approximately 19, but at an angle which indicates that when the shot was fired, the door was almost half open. It was not closed, it was half open.
Uma ubheka ke laphayana ke isho ukuthi ke le nhlamvu ayizange ishayeke la kule angle ka 90 degrees. Nokusho futhi ukuthi ke uma ngaba inhlamvu ishaya khona laphayana isicabha lesi ke sasingavaliwe ngathi nje sasivuliwe kancane kodwa ke singavaliwe.
Right. If it hits the door at 90 degrees, it will go through the door. But when you look at it, it hit the door on the side and then created that splinters, got underneath those other part of the wall, pushed them out so that they were separated from the door, and it deflected into the house again.
Uma ubheka ke indlela ke isicabha lesiyana ke esinakele ngayo ke ukuthi ke ayizange ishayeke noma ingene ngaye ke u90 degrees kodwa ke kuukuthi ke yangena ke ngeside yase ke bangela ke lokulimala okubonakalayo ke yase ke le indawo lezi oyibona zingekho lapha yasiyasusa ke yase ke inhlamvu futhi ishaya ibuyela khona phakathi endlini.
So what happened, it bounced there after it exited the ricocheting on the door. It bounced on the wall and it was found there next to the door on the counter, on the ground.
Emuva kokuthi yashaya ke khona laphayana esicabheni ke yase ke iba lapho ke noma iwela khona lapho ngoba yilapho ke eduze nesicabha inhlamvu eyatholakala khona.
Right.
We just want to show you photo 1, 2, 3, I think, of Exhibit D. Photo 1, 2, 3 of
Oh,
Exhibit
123.
D.
Exhibit D.
And then 124. Or maybe 125, sorry, maybe 125 is a better photo.
125.
Yes, 125 of Exhibit D. Can you use that just to demonstrate the point that we've just made now?
If the door is closed, this bullet will not deflect, but if the door is half open, it deflected there, pushed the wooden, create those splinters, bounced somewhere there, and it fell around it. It makes sense to me.
Mina ke into ke leyo ke ezwakalayo ukuthi uma kuukuthi lesa sicabha sasingavaliwe ke ukuthi azoshaya khona laphayana siwe khona lapha kule ndawo ke ayikhombayo kodwa ke uma kuukuthi sasivaliwe ke yangeke ishaye ngaleyo ndlela.
When you look at that bullet recovered there, it's the same type of bullet as the one that hit the door, the floor. It's a CMJ, complete metal jacket. But when you look at this one, it's still intact.
Uma ubheka ke le nhlamvu ke eyatholakala khona laphayana inhlamvu eyodwa ke naleyana ke eyashaya phansi ke kodwa uma ubheka lena ke yona ke kuyi CMJ kodwa uma ubheka lena yona ke isaphelele yona.
The question can be, why is this one intact but that one damaged?
Kodwa ke umbuzo ungaba ukuthi ke kungani ke ukuthi leyana ke bengiqeda ukuyikhombisa lana ke ukuthi limele yona kodwa lena yona ke isaphelele.
But as I explained, this bullet went through the human tissue, the soft tissues, of which reduced the speed and the energy that the bullet has.
Ukuchaza ke ukuthi lena yona ke inhlamvu yashaya umuntu lokho ke okwaseke manje kuhlisa ke isivinini ke noma ke indlela ke ehamba ngayo.
The wooden door, it's softer than the bullet, so more damage is on the door than on the bullet.
Nokuthi futhi ke isicabha lesiyana sona ke si soft kunayo ke inhlamvu ingakho ke ukulimala okukhulu kusona isicabha kunenhlamvu.
So when it hit the door, it has already lost the stability and it has lost a lot of energy. So the transferred energy to the door will not be that effect, or the damage to the door, the impact to the door will not be that severe to damage the bullet.
Ngoba ke uma manje isishaya sona ke isicabha ke ayisahambi ke ngendlela ebihamba ngayo ke ayisekho stable ke uma kusebenziswa itheme yakhe bayisebenzisayo ke emaphoyiseni ingakho ke manje umuntu ukulimala okuzaba kwisicabha angeke kuzoba ke ikona kokukhulu ngaphezulu kwinhlamvu.
So the bullet was recovered still in a good condition where it can be used for comparison.
Manje ke nkathi itholakala inhlamvu yatholakala ke isekusimo ke ekuseyisona ukuthi ke futhi ingakwazi ukuthi iqhathaniswe.
We just want to show 4127.
127.
Yes, of Exhibit D. Yes, you can use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
That's the same bullet that we have, that was recovered in the crime scene.
Iyona le nhlamvu esinayo iyona le eyatholakala lapha.
127.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
yes, you may proceed.
Sorry. From my understanding, there was no third bullet discharged, according to your investigation.
But on examination of the
Yeah,
crime scene, I only found 2 shots fired. In the
yeah,
house,
you're
not 3.
you're a scientist. Just adumbrating this because they had 1 bullet sounding, they had 2 bullets, they had 3.
No, in the house, there's only 2 shots fired.
Okay.
Mina ke kona uphenyo engalenza ke ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili phakathi endlini.
So we are at paragraph 13.1.2 of your report, page 21. You had just mentioned that the bullet damage marked A1 on the door had characteristics of an unstable bullet. We're just explaining what an unstable bullet is. You can proceed.
Yeah, the unstableness of the bullet could have been caused as a result of an intermediate target between the firearm and the door, which most probably was the deceased.
Ukuthi ke inhlamvu ke ingabi kusona ke isimo noma ke ungathi uma ihamba ke kwakungabangelwa ke ukuthi kukhona la eyaqale yashaya khona ke okwakuphakathi kwesibhamu kanye naso ke isixabha lana ke ekwakungaba uyena umufi.
In 13.2, the deceased sustained only 1 bullet entry wound, which is marked B1, and this wound had the characteristics of a contact shock. There was soot or blackening around the wound caused by the gas originating from the muzzle of the firearm and was found inside the wound also. There was also the bullet exit wound marked B2 at the back with bullet track connecting entrance wound 1 or wound marked B1.
Umufi ke wathola ke ukulimala noma ke ngenhlamvu eyodwa noma waba nenxeba elilodwa elimakwe uB1 lona ke elalikhombisa ke noma elalineyinkomba ke lokuthi ke kwakusondele noma ke isibhamu lesasimshaya sasisondele kwakunalokhu kubamnyama noma kunendawo ke ebamnyama okwabangelwa ke iyona igas ephuma ke la ngaphambili kusona isibhamu esatholakala lobo umnyama lobo obatholakala ke ngaphakathi kwenxeba futhi kwakunenxeba ke elilodwa la inhlamvu eyaphuma khona limakwe uB2 futhi ke eliconnector noma elihlanganisa ke nenxeba leli inhlamvu eyangena kulona eliuB1.
Are there any photos, Colonel, that you want to refer to in this regard? While you state in paragraph 13.2.
Right, on right, that would be explained by
Yes.
photograph 22-23.
Ithombe ke u22 no23 izona ke echaza lokhu engiqeda ukufunda manje noma ke ekhombisa lokhu engiqeda ukufunda manje.
Indicating the burning of the surrounding of the wound.
La ekwasha khona ke la kwinxeba.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 13.3 is what I've just explained on the height of the bullet on the entrance and the exit and the bullet damage on the door.
Lana ke ku 13.3 yilokhu ke bengiqeda ukusho ke manje mayela ke no 1.34 lona ke okunqaba la elangena khona inhlamvu u 1.26 la ngemuva kanye ke no 1.2 kwesicaba.
Right, paragraph 14, taking the aforementioned evidence into context, the best possible and probable explanation is as follows. The most probable position of the deceased during the infliction of the wounds was initially standing upright in the kitchen area behind the half-closed door, with his back towards the door, but not in contact with it. Bullet perforated the body of him and hit the door behind him. The bullet trajectory, as mentioned in 12.2.1, is slightly downwards.
14.1 uthi ke uma ubheka ke noma ke uma ubheka ke uthola ukuthi yipi ke indlela awayemi ngayo umufi inkathi eshawe yona ke lenhlamvu ukuthi ke wayemi ke straight khona ke ekitchen emuva kwesicabha ke esasingavaliwe ngokuphelele umhlane wakhe ke eze ngomhlane kusona isicabha kodwa ke engancikile kusona yase ke inhlamvu engena emzimbeni wakhe yashaya isicabha ngasemuva kwakhe futhi ke nokuhamba ke kwayo inhlamvu kuchaziwe ke ku 13.1.2 ukuthi ke yahamba yase ihla.
At 14.2, the shooter was most probably in front of the deceased and the firearm was in contact with the deceased's chest. The possibility of altercation or struggle between the deceased and the shooter cannot be ruled out.
Owadubula ke kwakuwukuthi ke kwakuwumuntu owayemi phambi kwakhe umufi nesibhamu futhi ke sasisesifubeni sakhe umufi nokuthi ke kwakulwisana ke nalokho ke angeke kuthiwa cha akuzange kwenzeke phakathi kwakhe umufi kanye nalo owadubula.
Paragraph 15. The above mentioned conclusions were arrived at by means of an examination and processes which required knowledge and skill in certain branches of physics and ballistics.
Loku ke noma ke loku engekuthola noma ke ekutholakele ke lana ufinyelela kukona kuphela ke ngokuthi ke uhlole futhi ke ube nolwazi ke noma ikhono onalo ke kuyona iphysics kanye futhi nama ballistics.
Paragraph 16, I know and understand the contents of this declaration. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my concerns.
Ngiyakwazi futhi ngiyakuzwa noma ngiyakuzwisisa ke lokhu okubhaliwe khona lapha anginankinga ukuthi ngakufungela nokuthi ke kuyangibophezela ke kuyena unembeza wami.
And do you confirm the correctness of your affidavit and stand by the contents?
That's correct, my lord, I do.
Uma ukuthi kuyiqiniso ke ekubhaliwe ke kule ncwadi engiyifungele.
My lord, we'll just request that the bullet fragment be handed in as Exhibit 3 and the bullet head or the projectile be handed in as Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 3 and 4.
4, yes. We'll revert to these two exhibits in greater detail at a later stage. Colonel, if I can ask you to go to paragraph 13.1 of your affidavit, where you mentioned that at least 2 shots were fired in the house. Are you able to perhaps give an indication of the time lapse between the 2 bullets?
My lord, it's not possible to determine the time lapse of it, but what I could say is these 2 shots, it's not a double tap where you find, so there's a break in between the first shot and the second shot, but I don't know, or I cannot determine how long was the break between the 2 shots.
Angeke ngithi ke nanjengoba ngithi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili phakathi endlini ke ukuthi ke kwaba yihlandla elilodwa ngathi ke kwakune break eyikhona ke phakathi koqhuma kwesibhamu kokuqala nokwesibili kodwa angeke ngisho ke ngesiqiniseko ukuthi ke kwakuyi break yesikhathi esingakanani.
Thank you. Can we then proceed to Exhibit X in brackets 13B? Your next affidavit. You don't have to read your experience your qualifications and the training. You can go straight to the contents as per paragraph 13.
Paragraph 3.
Sorry, the D you saying D or B?
B, my lord.
Don't you have a spare copy there because we've got the same problem.
It's a 5-page document.
5-page document.
Yes.
It's in this small,
Yeah, in the X bundle, my lord.
the
Can I
X
just
bundle, the
put-
bigger
yes.
one, in other
No,
words.
no, no, the smaller one.
Okay.
So, or if the court can just give me this exhibit that I've just handed up, I'll just.
Yeah. I won't say it because thanks.
Yes, may proceed to read the contents of paragraph 3 in the record.
Right, on paragraph 3, is, on the 13th of November 2014, during the performance of my official duties, I received 2 sealed evidence bags with numbers PA 4000 3840 341 and PA 5000 342715J from case administration of the ballistic section containing the following exhibits.
Kwathi ngeyi-13 zikaNovember 2014 ngisenza-ke umsebenzi wami ngathola-ke ama-bags noma-ke amasaka amabili-ke obufakazi ayevaliwe nalama number PA 4000 3840 no PA 5000 342715J. Ngithola-ke kuyona-ke i-case administration yawo ama-ballistic section eyayinaloko okulandelayo.
Right, evidence back with number, I think, point of correction, it ends up with an I.
Aye.
The evidence back with number PA 4000 3840 34I contains the following: 19mm parabellum caliber P Beretta model 92FS compact. It's a single and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number BER 190037 and 2 magazines, a black holster and firearm license.
Ngathola-ke noma-ke ngaphakathi-ke kwalokho kwakunalokho okulandelayo lesi sikhwama-ke sobufakazi la besithe khona-ke u-1 akusiyena u-1 u-I u-PA 4000 384034I inalokho ngaphakathi esisodwa isibhamu-ke esi-9mm iparabellum uhlobo-ke noma-ke ikhaliba i-P Beretta imodel yakhona ewu-92FS compact single kanye futhi-ke ne-double action i-semi-automatic pistol ene-serial number BER 190037 kanye nama-magazine amabili i-holster noma-ke lokho kokufaka sona-ke isibhamu emnyama kanye futhi-ke nelicense yesibhamu.
Colonel will later get to the chain of custody, but in short, whose firearm is this that you are looking at?
My lord, I do not know whose firearm is it.
Ukuthi-ke isibhamu lesi engiqeda-ke ukusisho manje esikabani angazi.
Yes. Yes, may proceed.
In paragraph 3.2, I've received from the same bag 6 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges or rounds.
Ngase ngithola-ke kusona-ke leso sikhwama leso-ke ama-rounds-ke awu-6 ayo i-9mm parabellum i-caliber noma-ke ama-cartridge namagobolondo.
And in the second evidence bag, with number PA 5000 3427 15 Juliet containing a seal bag with number PA 5014 99210 containing this small bag was inside the big one, and inside that one was 3.1, which is one spent bullet fragment of undetermined caliber, and marked it 217267/14A1.
Lana ke ngase ngithola ke futhi ke kuyona ke le evidence bag eUPA 500024342715J yona ke ngaphakathi yayinalokhu kwakuyibhegi ke lena encane ngaphakathi kwalena ke ene isikhwama ke sobufakazi ke eUPA 5014992110 ene nhlamvu ke esisetshenzisiwe eyodwa futhi ke elimele eyayimakwe u217267A14A1.
Right, the second seal bag which was inside that bag was seal bag with number PA 5002087782 containing one spent 9mm caliber bullet, and I marked it 217267/14A2.
Bese kuthi phakathi ke kwaleyo ke kwaleso ke isikhwama sobufakazi kunesikhwama ke esinye esasine number eUPA 5002087782 ngaphakathi ke sona ke sasine ntamvu eyodwa ke eseyisetshenzisiwe iyayo i9mm ecaliber ngase ngimaka ke u21726714A2.
Colonel, the bullet fragment mentioned is paragraph 3.3.1, and the bullet mentioned in 3.4.1, where do they originate from?
I received them in this field bag, I think from the crime scene, because I only received them in this bag from.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngazithola ke noma ufuna ukwazi ukuthi le nhlamvu ke ekhulunywa ngayo ku 3.3.1 lena kwakuthiwa yayisetshenzisiwe ke nalena futhi 9mm ku 3.4.1 ngayithola ke iphakathi ke kwisikhwama sobufakazi.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed. You may proceed to
Just one
paragraph
item,
4.
thank you. Yes, my lord, this seal bag with number PA 5000342715 Juliet. It was brought to the lab by Constable Musia.
Le bheki ke noma ke le bheki ke yobufakazi eUPA 5000342715J yalethwa ke elebhe uConstable Musia.
Yes, you may proceed.
Paragraph 4. The intention and scope of the forensic examination comprises of the following: firearm mechanism examination and microscopic individualization of fired bullets.
Lana ke inhloso yomsebenzi ke kwakubheka ke indlela ke noma ke ubheka indlela yokusebenza kwaso ke isibhamu kanye futhi ke nokuthola ke inhlamvu eseyisetshenzisiwe noma eyidubulile.
Paragraph 5. I examined and tested the pistol mentioned in 3.1 and found the pistol mentioned in 3.1 functions normally without any obvious defects. Ammunition used for test purposes marked 037 TC1 and 037 TC2, which were marked on the cartridge cases, and 037 TB1 and 037 TB, supposed to be TB2, not T, it's a typing error.
TB2,
TB2,
not 6.
not 6.
Okay,
It's a typing error there, my lord.
typing error. Okay,
On the bullet, and were fired in the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
Ngase ngihlola ke noma ke ngivivinya sona ke isibhamu noma ipistol leyo echaziwe noma eshiwo ke ku 3.1 ngathola ke ukuthi yona ke ipistol leyo eshiwo ke ku 3.1 isebenza nje kahle ayinankinga enazo nokuthi ke inhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe ukuthi ke noma ke ukutesta sona ke isibhamu leso zasezimako nanjengo 0370 C1 u0370 C6 kuwona-ke amagobolondo lawo-ke kanye no0370 B1 no0370 B kubhalwe u6 kodwa uthi yiphutha-ke suppose ukuthi noma kufanele ukuthi u0370 B2 so kwadutshulwa-ke kuyona-ke i-pistol leyo eshiwo ku-3.1.
What we did here, my lord, is we take the firearm that we have received, we get 2 rounds of ammunition, and I'll mark the cartridge case, this part of the cartridge case, with the last 3 digits of the serial number of that. And then TC1, it will be test cartridge 1, and then the second one will be test cartridge 2. And then I'll mark the bullets here, with the last 3 digits again is 037 TB1, which is test bullet 1, and the second one will be test bullet 2.
Lana-ke kwisibhamu leso-ke esatholakala-ke ukuthi manje sesizosihlola-ke la ngasemuva-ke ngizobhala-ke u-TC1, u-test cartridge 1 no-TC2 bese kuthi ngaphambili-ke kuyona-ke inhlamvu u-TB1, u-test bullet 1 kanye no-TB2.
And then I'll take the 2 rounds of ammunition and the firearm to the shooting tank. I'll shoot the test with it and then obtain the bullets and the cartridge case for comparison purposes.
Ngizohamba-ke ngiye lamna kushuthwa khona-ke noma kutestwa khona-ke ngiyodubula-ke futhi-ke ngizothatha-ke leyo nhlamvu naloyo makhathireji ukuthi ngizokhathanisa.
After shooting the test, or on examination of the firearm itself, I examined and tested the mechanism of the pistol mentioned and found it to be self-loading but not capable of discharging more than 1 shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that the devices were manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition.
Lana-ke uma sengihlola-ke noma sengithesta-ke ukusebenza kwaso-ke isibhamu lesi esichaziwe noma esishiwo-ke ku-3.1 ngathola-ke ukuthi-ke siyayiloada sona-ke ngokwaso nokuthi futhi-ke asikho kwisimo-ke sokuthi-ke singakhipha-ke ishoti engaphezu kweyodwa ngesikhathi noma-ke ngokuthi nje upresse kayi-1 noma upressa itrigger kayi-1. Ngase ngithola futhi nokuthi-ke isibhamu leso-ke uma senziwa-ke noma ngohlobo esenziwa ngaso-ke basibiza ngokuthi i-center fire ammunition.
Right. I compared the individual and class characteristic marking transferred to the bullet mentioned in 3. Or the test bullet or transferred to the bullets mentioned in 3.4.1 and 5.2, which is the test by firearm components during the firing processes using a microscopic comparison microscope, and found the following. The bullet mentioned in 3.4.1 was not fired in the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
Ngathi-ke uma sengiqhathanisa-ke ngibheka-ke impawu ey'thize-ke noma ama-characteristics athile-ke kulawo ma-mark lawo akuyona-ke inhlamvu eshiwo-ke ku-3.4.1 kanye naku-5.2 okodwa-ke gcinana ungakuthola-ke ukuthi inhlamvu eshiwo ku-3.4.1 akusiyona-ke eyaphuma-ke noma eyayiphuma kule pistol eshiwo noma ekhulunywa ngayo ku-3.1.
The bullet fragments that we have received, because of the damage, we cannot compare it with the test fired. So I couldn't test this one or compare this one to the fired. And then the bullet that I have received, I compare it with the test that I have fired. What you'll do is on your microscope, you put your exhibit on your left-hand side, your test on the right-hand side. You start rotating them. When you look through the eyepiece, you can see both items at the same time. What you'll do is, it's like matching them. You start looking at the striations caused by the barrel of the firearm. You match these striations until where you can find the matching striations of it. Then you say they were fired in the same firearm. In this instance, we find that the width of the groove on the test bullets and the width on the grooves on the exhibit bullets differs a lot. There's no matching of the class characteristics or the individual markings. So I concluded by saying that this bullet was not fired in this firearm.
Thola-ke ukuthi-ke inhlamvu lena eyatholakala-ke uma sengiqhathanisa-ke ngisebenzisa indlela-ke esiyisebenzisayo emaphoyiseni ukuthi yona-ke le nhlamvu lena ayizange idutshuleke noma iphumeke kusona lesi sibhamu lena-ke ngoba kuwukuthi-ke yalimala-ke yona-ke ngangekho kwisimo sokuthi ngayiqhathanisa-ke ngithole.
Colonel, can you just explain what are striations? It's for record purposes.
The striations are the lines or grooves, and inside the grooves you'll find the lines created by the firearm barrel when the bullet travels or passes through the barrel. Because I said the bullet is a little bit bigger in diameter. So all the striations which are inside the barrel of the firearm will be imprinted on or will be scratched on your bullets. Then we compare that. If you take the firearm, you fire maybe 2-3 shots inside it, the striations on the same, all the 3 bullets will be exactly the same, will match, and that's where you'll find the match. Unless in the instances where, like in this instance, you take the CMJ bullets, you want to compare it with the FMJ. FMJ is a hard bullet. It will pick up most of the marks. The CMJ, because it's a soft bullet, instead of picking up the marks, instead it will shrink a little bit. Some of the marks might not be clearly visible on the CMJ bullets.
Lana ke kunalama lines ke abangaphakathi ke noma inhlamvu uma isiphuma ke esibhamini ama line lawo ke azosala ke noma azosala kuyona inhlamvu uma iphuma kuyona ibarrel abawabiza ukuthi ke ama striations ilawo asiwabhekayo ke asitshelayo ukuthi ngempela ke lana ke isibhamu esisodwa lesi esidubule khona lapha ke futhi ke nanjengoba ke lama bullet kuma bullet amabili ahlukile ke iCMJ CMJ and FMJ enye lena yona ke ngoba ke ithambile yona ke iCMJ lama lines ke wona ke kulula ke ukuthi ungawabona kodwa ke kuyona ke le enye ke uyawabona ke ila siqhathanisa khona suthi impela ke isibhamu esisetshenziswe la isibhamu esisodwa.
Well, if we didn't take the normal short adjournment, can we continue? Yes, fine. I still find to continue.
I'm still fine, madam.
5 minutes. Maybe just
Okay,
5 minutes.
15 minutes.
13 in brackets B. You may proceed.
Paragraph 8. In paragraph 8, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of examination and processes which required knowledge and skills in forensic ballistics.
Lokho ke noma ke inqumo ngafikela kuzona ke kwenziwa lokho ke ngamaqiniso kuthola amaqiniso kanye futhi nokusebenzisa ke futhi indlela ke yokuhlola kanye nezinqubo ke ezifuna ukuthi umuntu abe nolwazi ke noma ke ikhona kuyona iforensic kanye iforensic ballistics.
Paragraph 9. Exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3 and 5 were disposed as follows. On the 13th of November 2014, the exhibits mentioned in 3.1 and 3.2 were sealed in evidence bag with number PA 400387497Y and handed over to the case administration section of administration of ballistics section.
Can you read the following?
And then 9.2, on the 13th, the same day of November 2014, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 3.1, 3.3.1, 3.4.1, and 5.2 were sealed in evidence bag with number PA 60027377791 and are filed in the case file with lab number 217267/14.
Lama exhibits ke ashiwo ku paragraph 3 kanye no 5 ke kwenziwa lokho kulandelayo nge 13 ka November 2014 la achaziwe noma ashiwo ku 3.1 kanye nayo ku 3.2 ase efakwa noma evalwa kuyona kusona ke isikhwama sobufakazi esu PA 403874997Y ase kudluliselwa ke kuyona i-case administration ya kuyona ke i-section nama ballistics ngalelo langa 13 November 2014 ama exhibits ashiwo ke ku 3.3.1 no 3.4.1 kanye no 5.2 afakwa ke nawo ke isikhwama sobufakazi esine number ewu PA 600273791 ase egcinwa ke noma efayilwa ke kuyona ke i-case file yase lab ene number ewu 21726714.
Paragraph 10. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and tests mentioned were for the purpose of the examination kept in my custody under lock and key from the 13th of November until on the same day, the 13th of November 2014.
Ngasikhathi ke engangenza umsebenzi wami ke ama exhibits lawo kanye ke nama test achaziwe ke ngayo ke inhloso yokuthi ngihloleke ayegcinwe imina ke ekhiyelwe futhi ngazo i-13 kwaze kwaba yizona ke i-13 ka November 2014.
Lieutenant Colonel, you confirm the correctness of your affidavit and stand by it?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke lokho bhala kule affidavit futhi ngimile ke kona.
We'll come back to this exhibit regarding the ownership of this firearm. Can you then continue to tell the court as to what happened after this date, the 13th of November 2014, on which your affidavit was commissioned? After the arrest of the accused in May of 2020,
My lord, let me get my.
see you're referring to a document, what is it?
This is my notebook. I normally write my notes when I.
Lapha ke ngibhala ke ama notes wami lencwadi engikhiphayo.
Did you make entries in that notebook?
I made some notes when I was busy with working on.
Khona ke engakubhala ke lana nkathi ke ngangibhizi ngisebenza.
Yes. And when did you make those notes?
I normally make notes on the same day when I have it.
Ama notes ke ngiwenza ngalelo langa ke uma nginawo.
Do you want to refresh your memory out of the notebook?
Yes, my lord. I just want to check the dates.
Ngifuna nje ukuthi ngibheke ama dates lana.
can maybe revert to those dates. You can just tell the court what happened during those days.
Okay, the dates. Right, now, on the first date, I'll just confirm the date because I heard it yesterday. I was called by the IO, Brigadier Gininda, but then was Kenner.
Ngabizwa ke ngelanga lokuqala ufuna ukwazi kumshushu ukuthi kwenzekani ke ngoMeyi ka2020 mambasola ke beboshwa uthi ilanga lokuqala ngabizwa uyena ke uBrigadier Gininda wayese uKennel ngaleso sikhathi kodwa ke ama date ngizobuyela kuwona.
He said I must meet him at Sinoville because he want me to assist, to share an idea with him. Of course, if I can determine, if looking at a person, can I determine?
Just get clarity if that witness will be called.
As a court, please, my lord, the witness has hardly said anything. He's the investigating officer. We will be calling him. Maybe that evidence be provisionally allowed.
It was it was on the 1st of June when I was called by the IO.
Yes, 1st of June, which year?
2020.
Kwakungeyi-1 zikaJune 2020 ngathi ke ngibizwa ke noma ngishayela ucingo ke uyena ke umphenyi walocala.
What he wanted to know from me is if I look at the bullet trajectory from the crime scene on the bullet that perforated the body of the deceased, and if we have a person of interest, can I be able to determine if the height of this person can allow him to be maybe do exclusively that this can be the person who discharged the firearm? And I said it's not going to be possible to determine exactly because people might be of the same height and can react the same way, or different heights, but and I said no, but we'll look into it. Maybe we can determine something.
Wangibiza ke ethi ke uyacela ukuthi ngizomlekelela noma ngizomsiza ke ukuthi uma ngabheka ke umuntu othize noma ke we-height ethize ukuthi ngakwazi noma ngingasho yini ukuthi leyo muntu ke kwakungaba uyena ke owaye sengaqhumisa ke isibhamu noma ke leso ke esashaya yena ke mufi ngathi ke mina ke angeke kubelula ke lokho ngoba bayakwazi ukuthi abantu belingana ke kodwa ke uma be-react ngendlela ke engafani ke noma abantu bangalingani kodwa ke nalapho indlela yo-react kodwa ke singakubheka lokho.
I went to Villeria police station where he was. When I arrived there, he told me that you've got the person of interest in the case. If I can look into it, I said, no, let me take the height of the person and take the shoulder level. If a person is shooting from shoulder level or if a person is shooting from elbow level, can this trajectory be maybe possible?
Ngaya ke police station yaseVillaria la awaye khona ke wathi ke kunomuntu ke afisa ukuthi ke ngambheka ke lo muntu ngathi ke ngambheka ke lo muntu ngibheke ke ukuthi uma mhlambe edubula ke noma ke ku level yehlombe noma ye shoulder noma ke ku level lena ke iyendololwane.
On that day at Villeria police station, I found he pointed to me Musi Sibia. Is it Musi or Musi Sibia? Who is accused number 1 in the matter?
Ngalelo langa ke lapho umuntu awamkhomba ke mina ke wakhomba ke umuzi Sibiya owumsolwa woqala ke lapha phambi kwenkantolo.
I only took the height of the person and then took the shoulder level. His height was around 1.73 meters.
Ngase ngithatha ke ubude bakhe ke obabu 1.73 meter.
And then I took the shoulder level, which was around 1.47.
Ngase ngithatha ke nale level ke yehlombe noma ye shoulder ke ekwaku 1.7 meter.
And then I took from the elbow level, which was 1.10 meter.
Ngase ngithatha ke nale level ke yendololwane eku that was
1.10.
ekwaku 1.10 meter.
Then I said I'll look into the trajectory that I have on the scene and see if I can determine that.
Ngathi ke ngizobheka ke ukuthi ke ini ke enginayo ke iya kwiscene noma ke ukuhamba kwayo inhlavu ngikubheke-ke lokho.
Right, on the 17th of June 2020,
Kwathi ngeyi-17 zika-June 2020,
the IO Brigadier Gininda called me again.
wasengishayela-ke ucingo noma engibiza futhi-ke uBrigadier Gininda.
He said he's got a second person of interest who can be a suspect in this matter.
Wathi-ke kunomuntu wesibili-ke naye-ke ongaba umsolwa-ke kuleli cala.
The person was at Pretoria North SAPS.
Loyo muntu loyo-ke wasemaphoyiseni-ke ePretoria North.
And I said, let's do the same exercise to see if we can see the difference between the two people.
Ngase ngithi-ke asenzeke lokho besikwenzile-ke kuqala la esizobona khona-ke umehluko phakathi kwalabantu ababili.
I did the same exercise and it was Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Ngenza-ke lokho ngangikwenzile ngaphambilini manje-ke kwakungeyi-17 ka-June 2020 kwakuwuBongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
I did the same exercise. I took the height of the, which was 1.86,
Ngathatha-ke naye-ke ubude bakhe kwaku-1.86.
and then from shoulder level was 1.55.
1 point?
1.55,
Okay. Uma sengibheka-ke ehlombe-ke kwaku-1.55.
and then the elbow level was 1.19.
Lana-ke kwindololwane kwaku-1.19.
Then I looked into the two people because their height are different. Looked into the trajectory, but I said no, it's not going to be possible to determine exactly which one more, because people might be of the same height, and then the arm is flexible, can change direction, can be of any height. So I said no, let's look into something else that maybe can show us or give us direction.
Ngase kwenza-ke lokhu kwabantu ababili-ke ngathi-ke chana-ke lana ngeke kwazike ngoba-ke ingalo-ke lena-ke iyakwazi-ke ukuthi ingaba flexible-ke mhlambe itshintshe-ke ngase ngithi-ke asibheke mhlambe-ke kokunye.
And Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, which accused is that?
Which accused number 2.
uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi yena-ke umsolwa wesibili.
Then I looked into the crime scene photos again. I went through my report, I went through the crime scene photo. But when I was looking, I said, but with bullet hole, shot number 1, which was direct to the tire, where I said the bullet fragmented and the fragment is scattered. I said, if anybody was around that area, it could have been hit by the fragments from this bullet. I said, let's also do another exercise on this to check if we can see any scars or anything that can be related to the fragments on the feet of the persons of interest.
Ngase ngithi-ke okunye esingakubheka-ke nanjengoba kwakunale nhlamvu-ke eyayishaye phansi-ke kuthayela ngasho-ke futhi ukuthi yase ilimala-ke ukuthi asibheke-ke ukuthi akukho esingakubona yini noma-ke ukulimala nje noma yiloko okuncane bengikhulume ngakho ngaphambilini-ke kulabantu okhuluma ngabo.
Right. On the 30th of June, I went with Colonel Gininda called me while I was in Johannesburg prison to meet him at Johannesburg prison.
Kwathi ngeyi-30 zika-June 2020 ngaya-ke ejele-ke lase-Johannesburg ngiyohlangana naye-ke uColonel Gininda.
And on that one, we did the same exercise again, taking the height, the shoulder level, and the elbow level, and it was Ntobisi Ncube.
Nalapho-ke senza lokhu esasikwenzile-ke kulaba ababili asekudluleke sibheka-ke ubude bakhe noma ubufishane bakhe height yakhe ihlombe kanye futhi-ke nendololwane kuleli-ke ihlandla kwakuwuMthobisi Ncube
And who is accused number 3 in the matter.
okuwumsolwa wesithathu-ke kuleli cala.
Then after I took the measurement, I asked him to take off his shoes and socks. So I just want to check on if I can see anything that can be related to the fragments.
Emuva kokuthi-ke leyo exercise engiyenzile-ke ngase ngimcela-ke ukuthi akhululeke iy'cathulo zakhe kanye futhi namasokisi akhe ukubheka njena-ke ukuthi akukho yini engingakubona kuyena.
Right, when I started checking on his leg, he himself said to me that when he was young, he used to play soccer, he used to play on the field. No, the scars that I see on the legs will be from his childhood.
Kodwa-ke ngathi nje uma ngizokwenza lokho ngizombheka-ke wasengitshela yena-ke mathupha ukuthi-ke nkathi esemncane-ke wayevamise ukuthi adlale ibhola futhi-ke ukulimala engizokubona-ke kuyena-ke onyaweni-ke kwakungenkathi esemncane esathanda ukudlala ibhola.
And from them, because I didn't tell him that what was I looking for, but from what he told me, I realized that this might be the person of interest. Because how did he know that I was looking for scars on the legs?
Kulokho awangitshela kona ngoba kwakuwukuthi mina ke akunalutho nje engakusho kuyena ukuthi ngizobhekana noma yini ke lena engiyifunayo ke ngokuthi nje wena wayikhulumela ilokho ke okwangisolisaka ukuthi mhlambe kungawuyena ke lo muntu ubese wazi kanjani ukuthi yini ebengifuna ukuthi ngiyibheke.
And I think before after Nube, Colonel Gininda called me again. He said there's another person of interest who was at Kalakabusha prison in Mpangeni.
Emuva kwakhe ke umncube waphinde wangibiza futhi ke uBrigadier Gininda ethi ukhona ke futhi omunye umuntu owayeseqala kabusha ejele laseqala kabusha eMpangeni.
Just before you proceed, now did you take any measurements of accused number 3?
I did took the measurements first before I could ask him to take off the shoes.
Ngaqale futhi ke umanga umsolo wakhe wesithathu lapha ngempangeni ngaphambi kokuthi ngimcela ukuthi akhumule izicathulo zakhe ngameasure ke.
And his height was 1.63.
Height yakhe kwaku 1.63
And then from shoulder level was 1.38.
la ehlombeke ku 1.38
And then the elbow was 1.06.
futhi ke indololwane yona kwaku 1.06.
And then on the 1st of July 2020, we
What?
went to Kalakabusha prison.
Kwathi ngeyi1 zika July 2020 saya ke ejele laseqala kabusha.
And there it was Fisokuhle Ntuli.
Lapho ke umsolo kwaku ufiso kuhle Ntuli.
When,
Which accused is that?
which is accused number 5.
Okuwumsolo wesihlanu ke phambi kwenkantolo.
When we requested him to allow us to take, and he refused completely. He said he doesn't want to do that. He's not going to do it. And he refused, we left him there.
Yena ke wala nje wanqaba nje na ke uma sesimcela ke ukuthi ke asikwenzeke lokho wanqaba nje wathi cha sase simiyeka lapho ke.
Right. On the 6th of July, we went to Leeuwkop prison.
Kwathi ngeyi6 zika July saya ke kuyijele lase Leeuwkop.
Which year?
2020.
Nyaka ke ku2020.
At Leeuwkop, it was Mthokoziseni Mapisa.
Khona lapho ke eLeeuwkop kwakuwumthokoziseni Maphisa
Yes, which accused?
Which is accused number 4.
umsolo wesine.
With accused number 4, we did the same exercise,
Nakuyena
taking the measurements and the height, the shoulder level and the elbow level.
nakuyena ke senza ke leyo exercise leyo ke la sithatha khona ke height yakhe ihlombe lakhe ke kanye futhi ke nendololwane.
His height was 1.79,
Iheight yakhe kwaku 1.79
the shoulder was 1.48,
ihlombe ke ku 1.48
and then the elbow was 1.18.
kanye ke indololwane ku 1.18.
I also asked him to take off the shoes and the socks so that I can check it, and he did that. I checked, but I couldn't see anything.
Naye ke ngamcela ukuthi akhumuleke amasokisi akhe ke kanye futhi ke nezicathulo zakhe ke wakwenza lokho kuyena angizange ngibone lutho.
Just a minute. Now, in respect of, just to come back to accused number 3, did he take off his shoes and socks?
Accused number 3.
3, yes.
Yes, he did.
Umsolo wesithathu ke izicathulo zakhe namasokisi akhe yebo wakuphumula.
And what were your observations?
I couldn't see anything also in that.
Nakuyena ke angizange ngibone lutho.
Yes, you may proceed.
Right. The IO, Brigadier Gininda, called me, said, accused number 3 has been arrested for
Yes,
Madam-
you don't need to mention what he's been arrested for, yes.
So he said,
He made a report to you about his arrest.
he made a report to me about his arrest, and he said, there's a firearm that was recovered from accused number 3. Can I check the firearm if it's not linked to our case?
Brigadier Gininda wasengibiza-ke ngitshela-ke futhi ukuthi-ke umsolo wesithathu-ke uboshiwe nokuthi-ke kunesibhamu-ke esitholakele kuyena ngeza yini ngizobheka-ke ukuthi leso sibhamu leso asihlanganiswa yini naleli cala lethu.
When did he call you?
I can't remember when was it, but that's when I started to look for the case file.
Angisakhumbuli-ke ukuthi kwakunini-ke kodwa yila engaqala khona-ke ukuthi ngibheke-ke i-file ye-case.
Because if a firearm is recovered and is sent to the lab for analysis, what will do with the case number? When they register it, the case number will generate a lab number, and then we'll be using that lab number.
Ngoba-ke uma-ke kunesibhamu esitholakele-ke sasesiyarejistarwa-ke kuleyo lab leyo kune-lab number ezoba khona-ke ile engangiyibheka-ke.
The case number that he gave me was Cleveland 96 of 2015.
Cleveland, sorry, 96 to 2015, i-case number-ke leyo anginika yona.
But when I checked the case number on the system, it gave me the lab number, which is 34369.
Kodwa-ke uma sengiyibheka-ke yanginikeza-ke i-lab number eku-34369
Stroke 15.
ka-15.
Yes.
Right, in this lab number, I found that there was a firearm that was received by one of my colleagues, Warrant Officer Rulofse, who examined this firearm.
Ngakuthola-ke ukuthi-ke kule number-ke ukhona-ke uzakwethu-ke asithola-ke lesi sibhamu noma-ke futhi owasibheka-ke lesi sibhamu uRolofse.
Yes.
He examined this firearm, shoot the test in this firearm, and asked the firearm for the serial number.
Wasibheka-ke lesi sibhamu wase esithesta-ke futhi-ke wabheka nayo-ke i-serial number.
Did Warrant Officer Rulofse make an affidavit regarding his findings?
That is correct, my lord, he did that.
Ikhona-ke ne-affidavit awayenza-ke uRolofse mayela-ke naloko awakuthola.
I just want to show a document that has been handed up as Exhibit X in brackets 13D. Can you just identify that document for us?
That's correct.
You've got it.
Yes, you can proceed.
During his examination of the firearm, he shot the test in this firearm, and the tests were kept in the case file that I'm having.
Uma-ke lesibhamu esesibheka-ke yena-ke uRolofse wayenza-ke i-test futhi-ke lawo ma-test lawo agcinwa-ke.
I took the test that Warrant Officer Rulofse fired in this firearm, and I compared the test bullets with the bullet coming from the crime scene that I have received previously.
Ngathola-ke ama-test lawo-ke enziwa uRolofse kanye futhi-ke nayo-ke inhlamvu ngase ngiqhathanisa nayo-ke inhlamvu eyatholakala-ke kwindawo yesigameko.
Yes, maybe just if you can just briefly refer to the affidavit of rule officer, Exhibit X13 in brackets D.
Why
What?
are you calling rule officer?
Well, it's common cause between the state and the defense, my lord. But if it's necessary, we will call
What's
him.
common cause?
As the court pleases, we will call him, my lord.
You mean you had agreed with the defense?
Well,
Common cause, it means it's agreement.
yes. Well, it's fine, my lord. We will call rule officer should the need
Okay, fine.
arise. Yes. Yes. You can just refer to paragraph 3 of Exhibit 13D.
13B.
13D.
I don't have it.
There's the one that we handed up just this morning, my lord.
Oh, is this the one?
Yes.
This is A. This is E1.
It's fine. We do
Yeah.
have a spare copy.
You have a copy there.
Yes, if I can ask you to, it's a 4-page document.
Yeah.
If I can ask you to turn to page 3 of his affidavit. Yes, you can proceed. Just place the contents of his affidavit as per paragraph 3.
On paragraph 3, I stated that on the 13th of February 2015, during the performance of my official duties, I received a seal bag with number FSE 385083 from Case Administration of Ballistic Section containing the following exhibit.
Lana ke ufunda istatement sakhe ke warrant officer ulose esithi nge-13 kaFebruary 2015 ngathi ngisasebenza ke ngathola ke isikhwama ke sobufakazi esasivaliwe esinenumber FSE 385083.
Yes,
And then 3.1, it contains one 9mm parabellum caliber CZ Model 75 semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated and marked it 34369/15 and one magazine.
Yes.
3.2, 18 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges not marked. And 3.3, 10 9mm short caliber cartridges not marked.
Ngathola lokhu okulandelayo i-9mm parabellum caliber i-CZ model i-75 semi-automatic pistol ine-serial number eyayisuliwe ngaze ngayimaka ke u-34369/15 eyinemagazini eyodwa ama-cartridge noma amagobolondo ke ayewu-18 e-9mm parabellum angizange ngiwamakhe kanye ke futhi nama-caliber nama-cartridge short awe-9mm nawo ke ngazange ngiwamakhe.
For our purposes, Colonel, can proceed to paragraph 6.2.
Paragraph 6.2. Ammunition used for test purposes were marked 369 TC1 and 369 TC2 on the cartridge cases and 369 TB1 and 369 TB2 on the bullet and were fired in the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
U-6.2 ufundeka ngalendlela ke inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa ke ukuthi kutestwe ngazo ke zasezimakwa ke u369 TC1 kanye no369 TC2 kuwona ke amagobolondo lawo kanye ke no369 TB1 no369 TB2 kuyinhlamvu futhi ke adutshulwa ke kuyona ke epistol lena ekukhulunywe ngayo noma eshiwo ku 3.1.
Then paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8. After application of the electromagnetic etching process, I determined the serial number of the firearm mentioned in 3.1 possibly as 8587B.
Emuva ke kokusebenzisa ke indlela ke noma indlela ke esisebenza ngazo ke ukubheka ke i-serial number ngase ngithola ke ukuthi i-serial number ke ngenzeka ku 3.1 ngenzeka ke ukuthi u8587B.
And paragraph 10.2.
Paragraph 10.2. On the 18th of February 2015, the test mentioned in 6.2 was sealed in evidence bag with number PA 50015551419 and filed in case file with lab number 34369/15.
Nge-18th ka February 2015 ama-test ke la ekhulunywa ngawo ku 6.2 ase ethathwa ke efakwa futhi avalelwa ke kwisikhwama sobufakazi esinenamba ewu-PA 50015511419 ase efayilwa ke kwi-case file yase lab u-34369/15.
Yes, and the date of his affidavit.
The date of his affidavit is the 19th of February 2015.
I-date yale affidavit ke kwakungeyi-19th ka February 2015.
We can then proceed to your affidavit as per Exhibit X in brackets 13 in bracket C. And you've already placed your CV on record. You can proceed to paragraph 3 on page 4. The court, please, Malatas, it's almost time for the long adjournment. Can we take the long adjournment?
2 o'clock.
page
Yeah,
affidavit,
okay.
well, on page 4, paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. Okay, fine. All right.
You can continue, Lieutenant Colonel.
On Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2020, during the performance of my official duty, I opened a sealed evidence bag with number PA 50015-41134, marked inter alia Phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014, found in the case file with lab number 217267/14, which was in bracket Phosphorus case file 363 of 10/2014. The sealed bag containing the following exhibit.
Kwathi ngeyi-14 zikaJuly 2020 ngisasebenza-ke ngavula-ke isikhwama-ke sobufakazi esasivaliwe esinenamba ewu-PA 500-154-1134 esasimakwe-ke i-Phosphorus case 636-10-14 ngathola-ke kwi-case file ene-lab engu-217267-14 Phosphorus case 636-10-2014 enaloku ngaphakathi.
3.1, one fired 9mm caliber bullet marked 217267/14A2.
Ekwakune inhlamvu-ke eyodwa eyayisebenzile-ke e-9mm eyayimakwe u-217267/14A2.
And 3.2, there was one fired bullet fragment, possibly of 9mm caliber, marked 217267/14A1.
Kwakune inhlamvu-ke eyodwa-ke eyayiseyidutshuliwe-ke yona-ke eyayilimele nayo-ke kungathiwa-ke yayiphuma kwi-9mm yona imakwe u-217267/14A1.
These two exhibits, 3.1, mentioned in 3.1 and 3.2, which ones are those?
Are the previous exhibits that I have received.
Lezi ezimbili-ke ngiqeda ukukhuluma ngazo 3.1 no 3.2 ilezi zoqala-ke engangiyitholile ngaphambilini.
Yes, but what is their origin?
They are the ones that were received from, were delivered by Constable Musia.
Ilezi ezayilethwe uyena Constable Musia.
Yes. For our purpose, you can go to paragraph 4.
In paragraph 4, on the same day I opened another sealed bag, a sealed evidence bag with number PA 60015-33799, marked inter alia Cleveland case 96 of 2015. Found in the case file with lab number 34369/15, which is Cleveland case 96 of 2015, containing the following exhibits. 4.1 is two fired 9mm caliber, 9mm parabellum caliber test cartridge cases and marked 369 TC1 and 369 TC2. And 4.2 is two fired 9mm caliber test bullets marked 369 TB1 and 369 TB2.
Kwathi ngalelo langa-ke ngase ngivula-ke isikhwama-ke sobufakazi esasivaliwe esinenamba ewu-PA 600-15-33799 esasimakwe-ke uCleveland case 9602 ka-2015. Ngathola-ke ku-case file ulab 34369-15 ku-Cleveland case 9602-15. Ngaphakathi-ke kwakunalokho okulandelayo ama-cartridge noma amagoblondo amabili-ke athestwa-ke ayesedutshuliwe e-9mm iparabellum amakwe u-369 TC1 no-369 TC2 kanye-ke ney'nhlamvu ezimbili ezidutshuliwe-ke ekwakuthestwa ngazo nazo eza-9mm zamakwa u-369 TB1 no-369 TB2.
Now, the bullet tests mentioned in 4.2, where do they come from?
The two bullet tests marked 369 TB1 and 369 TB2 are the two test bullets which were fired by Warrant Officer Rulofse under Cleveland case 96 of 2015 with a firearm that was received, a CZ75, that was marked 217267/14 14.
Lana ke lama bullets amabili ke noma le inhlamvu embili zokutesta ke u369 TB1 u369 TB2 ilezi ke ezasetshenziswa uyena ke uLolse etesta ngazo kusona ke isibhamu lesu ke esasitholakele ke sase Cleveland.
If you can turn to Exhibit X in brackets 13 brackets D, the affidavit of rule officer that you've already referred to, paragraph 6.2 thereof. Are those the fired bullets you're referring to?
Paragraph
6.2.
That's correct, my lord. It's 6.2 is ammunition and test. Ammunition used for test purposes were marked as 369 TC1, 369 TC2 on cartridge cases, and 369 TB1 and 369 TB2 on bullets, and were fired in the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi nanjengoba kusho ke ku-statement sakhe uLolse ukuthi ke inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa ke ukuthi ke kutestwe ngazo ke zamakwa ke u369 TC1 no369 TC2 kuwona ke amagobolondo kanti no369 TB1 no369 TB2 kuzona ke inhlamvu zadutshulwa ke ngaso isibhamu ke noma ipistol eshiwo ke noma echaziwe ke ku3.1.
Okay,
These are the same bullets that I've mentioned in my report.
Izona ke lezo inhlamvu lezo engikhulume ngazo noma engiyishilo ke kumbiko wami.
Yes, you may proceed. Paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5, intention and scope of forensic examination comprises of the following ballistic techniques. Microscopic individualization of fired bullets.
Inhloso ke yalokho ke kwakubheka ke ukwahlukanisa ke nokuchaza ke inhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe.
On paragraph 6, I said I examined the fired bullets mentioned in 3.1 and 4.2 and compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope and found.
Just before you proceed, can you just once again identify those exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 4.2?
The exhibit mentioned in 3.1 is the fired bullet 9mm. Is the fired 9mm caliber bullet that I've marked 217267 stroke 14A2.
And which one is it?
Is
Where does
the-
it come from?
Bullet that I have received from the crime scene.
Lana ke ngikhuluma noma ngichaza lokho ke ngathi uma ngihlola ke inhlamvu lezo ezasetshenziswa ekhulunywa ngazo ke ku3.1 ukhuluma ke ngenhlamvu eyodwa ke esesetshenzisiwe yayo i9mm caliber ile engayithola ke kuyona ke icrime scene kanye ke naku 4.2 ngaze ngiqhathanisa ke nama characteristics lawo kanye futhi nama mark ke asuka kuyona ke noma asuka kusona ke isibhamu. Yes.
And 4.2, which exhibits are those?
4.2 are the two fired 9mm caliber test bullets marked 369 TB1 and 369 TB2.
Bese kuthi ke u4.2 ilamagobolondo amabili ke ewasetshenziswa ke noma sorry akusona amagobolondo inhlamvu eziwu2 zayo i9mm ezazezidubulile ezamakwa ke u369 TB1 no 369 TB2.
And who conducted those tests?
I conducted the test, ma'am.
Imina ke owayitesta.
No, in 4.2.
In
In
4.2.
4.2, yes.
Oh, these were fired by warrant officer Ruloffs.
Kwaku u4.2 ke owatesta ke laphana kwaku warrant officer Ruloffs.
Yes, you may proceed. Paragraph 6.1.
In paragraph 6.1, I said there is sufficient class characteristics but insufficient individual characteristic marking transferred to these bullets by firearm components during the firing process, which could be due to the difference in bullet material. As a result, I took a decision to obtain the additional tests of the same material as the exhibit bullet.
Lana ke ngathola ke ukuthi Uma ke lama characteristics ehlanganisiwe ke eyi-class kutholakala ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke okwanele. Kodwa ke uma ke uwabheka ngayodwa i-characteristics utholeke ukuthi akukho okwanele uma ngaba lama marks esendluliselwa ke kuzona ke le inhlavu isona isibhamu ngayo i-process leyo eyokudubula. Kodwa ngoba ke kwakunomehluko owawukhona ke kuyinhlamvu ezasetshenziswa ngenxa yalokho ngase ngithathe isinqumo ke sokuthi ngiphinde futhi ngithathe amanye ama-tests.
Can you just explain what you mean by class characteristic?
By class characteristic, my lord, I refer to the number of grooves on the bullets, on both bullets, the width of the bullets, and then the twisting of the bullets. Those I could see the similarities, but even the size, the width of those grooves were the same. But the difference was the tests were the full metal jacket, and the bullet from the crime scene was a CMJ, the complete metal jacket. Now the markings of, or the individual markings were not clear on the exhibit bullet from the crime scene, whereby on the bullet, the test bullets, as it's a hard bullet, it will pick up more marks than what appears on the exhibit bullet.
Lana ke ngoba ke uthola ukuthi inhlamvu ezimbini ke embili lezi engafani ke CMJ ne FMJ utothola ke ukuthi ke kuloku okubhekayo ke ukuthi ke inhlamvu ezahlukile awungeke utholeke ama lines noma ama characteristics afanayo.
Yes, may I proceed?
Then I took a decision on if I can get the firearm back to shoot the correct test, the CMJ, the correct type of bullets in this firearm. And then I can compare those bullets that I fired with the bullets from the crime scene to see if there can be similarities on those ones.
Ngase ngithatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ke uma isibhamu leso singabuya ke ngiphinde ngisithole futhi ngisebenziseke lo lehlobo ke lenhlamvu ke lolu olwatholakala khona kuyona ke i-crime scene ngingasebenzisi inhlamvu eyahlukene ke ngibheke ke ukuthi ngakhona yini ukuhlangana noma ukufana.
Yes, we may proceed.
On paragraph 7, I said, on Monday, the 20th of July, 2020, I received an open seal bag with number PA 400081085, marked inter alia Cleveland case 96 of 2015, and SAP 1386/2015, containing the following.
Kwathi ngomsombuluko nge-20 zika July 2020 ngathola ke isikhwama sobufakazi esasivuliwe esinenamba PA 4000810885 esasimakwe uCleveland Mass 960215 kanye no SAP 1386/2015 ngaphakathi ke kwakunalokho.
7.1. Inside that bag, I found one 9mm parabellum caliber CZ Model 75 single and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated, but it was marked 34369/15 on the trigger guard and one magazine.
Ngathola ke ngaphakathi kwakuyiwa i9mm eyodwa iparabellum iCZ model 75 single kanye nedouble action isemi-automatic kwakuyipistol ne-serial number eyayisuliwe eyamakwa u3436915 kuyona ke i-trigger guard kanye nemagazine eyodwa.
On 7.2, there was one ammunition box inside that seal bag, and it contained the following. 7.2.1, 16 9mm parabellum caliber cartridges and rounds, and 7.2.2, and 10 9mm short caliber cartridges rounds.
Ngaphakathi futhi ke kwase kukhona ke nebhokisi eyodwa noma i-ammunition eyodwa ibhokisi enalokho ngaphakathi ama rounds awu 16 9mm caliber amakobolondo kanye futhi ke nama short cartridges 9mm awu 10 ngaphakathi ama rounds.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, before we proceed, you mentioned in paragraph 7 that on Monday, the 20th of July, 2020, you received an open seal bag with that number. Can you just explain what?
Open seal bag now.
Yes. What do you mean here?
My lord, I went to Cleveland police station SAP 13. I requested the exhibit from the case number. I gave them the case number. They gave me 13 number. And the first thing that the warrant told me was that the firearm has already been dispatched for destruction,
Okay.
but it's still in another safe, not in the SAP 13. But he can look for it. He went to look for it and came back. I think it was in a box. When he opened the box, it was that seal bag. It was open seal bag. Inside that seal bag, they put a tag with the SAP 13, and there was this pistol and the box with the ammunition that I've mentioned.
Ngaya ke eCleveland la khona ke ngabanikeza khona ke inamba lena ngacela ke ukuthi banginikeze ke lesi sibhamu lesi wangitshela ke uwarrant lowo ke ukuthi isibhamu leso ke kwakho isibhamu ke manje abasebenzos ukuthi bahlukaneke naso noma ke singabi kusakhona ke epolice station kodwa ke ukuthi sasisekhona kwenye isafe wahamba kwayoyikhipha lapho ke kwakune seal bag eyayivuliwe ke kanye ke naleli bhokisi elalikhona ngaphakathi.
Which warrant officer are you referring to?
I can't remember his surname.
Angisasikhumbuleki isibongo sakhe loyo warrant officer.
Captain Charlie has testified. Does the name ring a bell?
Can Charlie.
Yebo uyena ke umtshali.
Yes. Are you done explaining this concept of an open seal bag?
That's correct, ma'am.
Biloko kube ngichaza ukuthi ke lesi sikhoma sobufakazi sasivuliwe.
Yes, you may proceed. The exhibit mentioned in 7.1, did you have it with you today in court?
In 7.1.
Yes.
Yes, I have it with me.
Yes, can you just show it to the court?
It's still sealed in the evidence bag.
So ikona ke lokho engikhuluma ngako ke ile 9mm ke iparabellum ekula ku 7.1 isa valiwe ke lesi sikhwama lesi.
Yes, and the seal bag number?
The seal bag number that's still sealed, it's PA 400 1985 198.
UPA 400 198 5198.
Sorry, you're saying that bag, exhibit bag is sealed.
This one.
You can't open it.
We can open it for.
Yeah, let's open it so that everybody can see that firearm. Because one of the defenses is that these firearms were switched. But that there was a likelihood, because there was a hiatus of about 5 years plus when these firearms were stored by Njali. And the contention is that nobody knows what could have happened to them. You can't exclude the possibility that these firearms were switched. Yeah, but for purposes of this court, you said you were going to call rule officer.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, because the allegation is that the rule officer is the one who tested the firearm first. Can you describe the characteristics for the record of that firearm which you have?
Well, the firearm that I'm having is a CZ75, model 75.
Right,
And then the serial number has been obliterated.
right.
As I said, normally when you receive a firearm that the serial number has been obliterated, you mark it with a lap number here underneath the trigger guard. And the lap number that is marked on this one is 34369.
Lesi ke isibhamu sorry. i-CZ model 75 kanye-ke futhi i-serial number yakhona isusiwe-ke kodwa-ke kune-lab number esiyibekayo eku-343 sorry 69
stroke 15.
stroke 15.
So this lab number was marked by warrant officer rule officer when he examined this firearm.
Uyena-ke ulokose owabhala-ke leyo lab number nkathi-ke ebheka sona isibhamu lesi.
Yeah, let the defense see that firearm. Even the accused, they see it.
Can be,
It's
As long as it
there's
is
no
safe.
ammunition in this firearm.
I want to see it also, my killing machine. I want to see it. Hmm? No,
Under the trigger.
under the,
and the trigger, yeah.
yeah, let me show you. Yeah.
And you say the etching couldn't resuscitate the number.
They have retrieved the number of this firearm.
Yeah, I have
What?
retrieved it.
Yes.
And
Now,
it's
warrant
8 whatever.
officer-
Yeah, remember, it's 8 whatever. Just read it again, because you said originally it was filed off. That's
The serial number was filed off,
right, and then you
and
retrieved
during
it
the
by
etching process,
etching process, and then it was.
warrant officer rule officer could identify the serial number or recover the serial
Can you
number.
read it from there?
With the etching process, you can only
No, I mean
identify.
after the etching process was applied.
After the etching process, you cannot read it again. You have to put it on
Okay,
the
I see.
system
I
again.
hear you. It's a microscopic story.
Now, with the etching, when you use the acid,
Yes, yes.
you apply the acid and electricity on it, you rub it with a green mama.
Right.
The number will appear. You can be able to read the number. But the minute you start cleaning it, removing it from those numbers sometimes disappear
Okay,
again. But
fine.
the instances where they will remain visible.
Okay.
Uma kuwukuthi inamba isuliwe-ke kusekusetshenziswe le process-ke inamba iyavela-ke kodwa kamuva-ke uma usuphinde usikwina-ke kuyenzeka ukuthi leyo namba leyo futhi-ke isingabonakali.
Maybe for record purposes, we can refer to the affidavit of warrant officer, rule officer, exhibit X in brackets 13D, paragraph 8 thereof.
Warrant officer rule officer statement. In paragraph 8 of warrant officer rule officer statement, it said, after application of the electromagnetic etching processes, I determined the serial number of the firearm mentioned in 3.1 possibly as 8587B.
Le namba-ke uthi uzokose uma ebheka-ke noma esebenzisa-ke yona-ke leyo nqubo noma leyo process yabo-ke bathi i-etching wathola ukuthi inamba yayo-ke u-8587B.
Let's go, please, Malad. The firearm has been handed up as exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can proceed to paragraph 7.2. paragraph 7.2 of your affidavit.
7.2. On 7.2, it's one ammunition box containing 69mm parabellum caliber cartridges, rounds. And 7.2.2, it's 10 9mm short caliber cartridges, rounds.
Lana ke ku 7.2 ukuthi kwakune box eyodwa ke yeinhlamvu phakathi inama rounds awu 16 9mm parabellum amagobolondo rounds akhona kanye ke nama short caliber amagobolondo ama cartridge ama rounds akhona awu 10.
And all the ammunition found in this box are the CMJ ammunition.
Futhi ke onke lana ke atholakala lana ke ilawa ohlobo ke lwe CMJ kule box e blue iPad.
It's the same type of bullet that was recovered from the crime scene.
Ile yanhlobo ke yama bullet noma yeinhlamvu eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko.
As a court, please, my lord, to request that the box and the bullets be handed up as Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Exhibit 3 is a bullet fragment and 4 is the bullet here, the projectile.
We handle them.
Yes, maybe, yes, we can also show them to the defense and the accused.
The box.
Yes, the box and ammunition.
The box. Oh, this.
Yes.
Yeah. So that you can see the color, because it was described in some of the evidence which was here.
Yes,
Sorry, sorry, is the color blue? Yeah, is it a blue? Is it blue or green or white? Just want to see the, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yes, you may proceed. And
Paragraph 8.
yes, before you proceed to paragraph 8, is a firearm transfer register kept at the police station at Cleveland?
When I go to Cleveland, the firearm was not in the SAP 13 because it was booked out for destruction. So it was not in the safe that was giving all the SAP 13. It was kept separate with the firearms which were for destruction.
Uma ngifika ke eCleveland isibhamu lesi ke sasingekho ke safe noma ke kuyona ke SAP 13 yayi kwezinye ke ibhamu abazo ukuthi ke zazizochithwa ke noma ke zihambe ke bayoze nakalisa bayozilahla.
Yes, you mentioned a tag. Is there a tag on the firearm?
There is a tag with the SAP 13 number on.
Ikhona ke itag enayo ke inumber ye SAP 13.
Yes, what is the SAP 13 number?
It says Cleveland 96 of 2 2015 and then 18/86/2015.
Lana ke ibhalo Cleveland 9602 ko 2015 kanye no 86/2015.
Yes.
And then the exhibit bag that was in It's the same exhibit bag that was sealed by warrant officer rule officer.
Kanye-ke nalesikhwama sobufakazi yilesi-ke esasivalwe uyena u-warrant officer rule officer.
The seal bag number is PA 400081085.
Inamba yakhona-ke u-PA 400081085.
If you can once again refer to Exhibit X in brackets 13D, the affidavit of rule officer.
And warrant officer rule officer
Yeah, the paragraph 10.1.
and 10.1 of warrant officer rule officer. It says, on Friday the 15th of, on 13th of Friday 2015, the exhibit mentioned in 3.1 to 3.3 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 400081085 and handed over to the case administration of the section of the ballistic section.
Ngeyi-13 February 2015, ama-exhibit achaziweke ku-3.1 ukuya-ke ku-3.3 afakwa-ke kwisikhwama sobufakazi esinenamba ewu-PA 40081085 ase endluliselwa-ke kwi-case administration kwi-section yama-ballistics.
Yes, does it correspond with the number that you've just read out?
It's the same seal bag number, my lord.
Inamba-ke eyodwa nale ebengiqeda uyifunda khona lana-ke kule evidence bag.
Yes. Was there an entry made in the register
That's correct, my lord. There was an entry made at the,
regarding the removal of these exhibits?
at SAP 13. I signed for the exhibit.
Kwi-SAP 13 yakhona-ke ngasayinda-ke ukuthi lo bufakazi noma le ma-exhibit ngiyawathatha.
If I can refer you to Exhibit X2. If you count from the first page to the first, second, the third page, the entry there under the date 20 July 2020, can you just place that on record?
On the date 20/20/07/20, item book 3.1 or item 3.1 booked to FSL Ballistics for further examination.
Ngeyi-20 zika July 2020 bhaliwe-ke ukuthi-ke kwakhishwa-ke item u-3.1 wase ebhukwakhe esiwa eyawa khona-ke elab ye-ballistic ukuthi iyohlolwa-ke futhi.
And below I signed for it.
Ngenzansi-ke ngasayinda.
Yes, just place those particulars on record.
I signed
Book by?
It's a book by 0471799/6, Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena. And there's signature and there's my contact details below.
Bhaliwe-ke laphayana ukuthi uyabhukwa kwabhalwa-ke inamba-ke yasemsebenzini u-Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena wasayinda-ke kanye nenamba yakhe.
And that item 3.1, just for record purposes, what was it?
On 3.1, it's a 19mm black pistol CZ75 caliber, serial number filed off.
Ku-3.1-ke kubhalwe lana-ke ukuthi 9mm emnyama ngombala i-pistol i-CZ75 nokuthi serial number yakhona-ke yayisuliwe.
Did you only book out the firearm?
I booked up this firearm and the box of ammunition that was with it and the magazine.
Ngakhipha-ke noma ngathatha-ke lapho isibhamu i-box lena-ke eyinenhlamvu kanye nayo imagazini.
Yes. Thank you. We can then get back to your affidavit. You've now booked out the exhibits.
Yes. Well, I went back to the office and as paragraph 8, that said, I examined and tested the pistol mentioned in 7.1 and found The pistol mentioned in 7.1 functions normally without any obvious defects. Ammunition used for test purposes were marked 369 TC3 to 369 TC10 on the cartridge cases and 369 TB3 to 369 TB10 on the bullets and were fired in the pistol mentioned in 7.1.
Kwathi ke ngase ngibuyela khona ke ehhovisi ngase ngihlola ke futhi ngitesta ke ipistol leyo ke eshiwo noma ke ekhulunywe ngayo ku 7.1 ngathola ukuthi ipistol leyo ke ekhulunywe ngayo ku 7.1 isebenza kahle ayina inkinga akukho nje okubonakalayo ukuthi inenkinga ukuthi inhlamvu ezasetshenziswa ke ukuthi kutestwe ngazo zama kwake u369 TC3 ukuyofika ke ku369 TC10 kuwona amagobolondo noma ke ama cartridge cases kubese kuba u369 TB3 no 369 TB10 kuzona inhlamvu nokuthi ke zadutshulwa ke kuyona ke ipistol le ekhulunywa ngayo ku 7.1.
This pistol mentioned in 7.1 is now the exhibit before court,
That's correct, my lord.
exhibit 2 before court.
Futhi ke le pistol ekhulunywa ngayo ku 7.1 iyona ke le ephambi kwenkantolo khona manje.
And as far as the test bullets are concerned, you mentioned that you marked them 369 TB3 up to 10. What was before that?
My lord, I fired additional tests in this and I fired different types of ammunition. I fired the CMJ. I used 2 from the box that I've received and I used 2 from the box which we have from NGA ammunition, of which is the same CMJ, and I used 2 from Sailor and Pelot, which is also the CMJ, and I used 2 from PMP. Then I used the PMP was the full metal jacket that I've tested. So I fired 8 different tests inside, and my test will start from TB or TC3 and TB2, because warrant officer rule of says fired TC1 and TC2. So I continued from where warrant officer rule of finished.
Uma test ke engawenza ke ngasebenzisa ke inhlamvu ezahlukeneke kwibox le ephambi kwecourt ke eblue ngasebenzisa eziwu2 sine box esinayo ke officeini ngasebenzisa eziwu2 nezinye ke oPMM nayo ke ngasebenzisa kuyona ke engayisebenzisa ke ezahlukene zaba u8 mina ngase ngiqala ke kuyena ke uTB TC3 ngoba ke uRolow wayenze uTC1 no TC2 ngase ngiqhubeka ke mina ukusuka lapho.
The reason why I fired also the full metal jacket from PMP, what I did is to confirm that this is the correct firearm. The previous tests were full metal jacket fired by a warrant officer rule of. So I also fired full metal jacket. I compared the 2 tests first. The test that I fired on the full metal jacket and the test fired by a warrant officer rule of, compared them first, and I could get a matching, which confirmed that this is the correct firearm that was examined by warrant officer rule of.
Ukubheka ke ukuthi isona isibhamu ekuyisona lesi noma lesi ke esatestwa uyena warrant officer rule of ngasebenzisa ke nami ke full metal jacket le awayisebenzisile ke ukubheka ke ukuthi kuzoba khona yini ukufana impela ke ngathola ke ukuthi kuyafana ke lokho ama results aphumayo khona lapho kwanginikeza isiqiniseko ukuthi impela isona lesi esasitestwa uyena urule of.
And after confirming that this is the right firearm, I started comparing the test that I have fired with the exhibit bullet from the crime scene.
Uma sengitholile ke isiqiniseko sokuthi impela ke isona lesibhamu lesi esasitestwe uyena uRolse ngase ngenza ke ama test ke manje sengiqhathanisa ke nayo ke inhlamvu eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko.
Right, on paragraph 9, it said, I examined the fired bullets mentioned in 3.1 and 8.2. Compare the individual and class characteristic marking transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope and found there is sufficient class and individual characteristic markings present on both exhibit and test bullets mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 8.2, which indicate that the bullets mentioned in 3.1 was fired in the pistol mentioned in 7.1.
Ngathi ke uma sengihlola ke inhlamvu lezo ke ezayidutshuliwe ekhulunywa ngazo ku paragraph 3.1 kanye naye u8.2 ngase ngiqhathanisa ke ngathola ukuthi impela ke kulama mark lana ke atransferwa isona ke ispam uma ngabe sekudutshulwa ke ngathola ukuthi impela ke kunama characteristics ahlanganisiwe noma ke awodwa ke noma uma ehlangene noma ayihambela ewodwa kulama mark lawo akhona ke kuzona inhlamvu lezi ezayisetshenziswa njengobufakazi kanye ke nalezo inhlamvu ekhulunywa ngazo ku paragraph 3.1 kanye no 8.2 lokho okwaba inkomba yokuthi inhlamvu ekhulunywa ngayo ku 3.1 impela yadutshulwa ke noma iphuma kwisibhamu lesi noma ipistol le ekhulunywa ngayo ku 7.1.
But my lord,
Just
when you
once
do-
again, sorry, Colonel, if you can just refresh our memories, what are the exhibits mentioned in 3.1?
The exhibit mentioned in 3.1, it's one fired 9mm caliber bullet, which is marked 217-267/14A2.
Sorry. Ku 3.1 kukhulunywa ke ngebullet eyodwa ke eye 9mm eyayiseyidutshuliwe ke eyamarkwa u217-267/14A2.
And where does it come from?
It's the bullet from the crime scene.
Inhlamvu ke lena eyayibuya kwindawo yesigameko.
And 7.1,
In 7.1, it's one 9mm parabellum caliber CZ75 single and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated, and it was marked 34369/15 on the trigger guard and one magazine.
Bese kuthi ke u7.1 ile isibhamu ke lesi ke esodwa se9mm iparabellum ekuyi CZ model is75 isingle kanye nayo ke idouble action semi-automatic pistol eyayine serial number eyayisuliwe eyamarkwa u34369/15 khona ke la kwi trigger guard la bebonise khona ke kanye nemagazine eyodwa.
and which firearm is it?
It's the firearm that I booked out at the SAP-13 at Cleveland SAPS.
Isibhamu ke lesi engayo sikhipha ke kwi SAP 13 eCleveland noma ke emaphoyiseni aseCleveland.
Is it in court today?
It's the firearm that I'm having here with me, my lord.
Ile
The same
sisibhamu
firearm.
ile sisibhamu engisiphethe la kumina ke namhlanje.
So in simple terms, what does this paragraph mean, 9.1?
Paragraph 9.1 means that the bullet that was recovered from the firearm, from the crime scene, was fired from this firearm.
Lokho okukushoyo ukuthi inhlamvu eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko inhlamvu eyayiphuma kulesi sibhamu lesi esiphambi kwenkantolo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Right, my lord, what we normally do at the lab is if I have a comparison to do on exhibits and tests, I'll go to the microscope, compare them on the microscope as I have illustrated there, where you put your exhibits on the left and then on the microscope, when you look through it, you can see both items, you start matching them. Once we have a match on it, or even if it's a negative, but to confirm that, I'll call one of my colleagues to come and confirm if my findings are correct. And in this instance, I've asked more than, I think it was 4 colleagues to confirm that, all of them confirmed that, but only one signed the confirmation form. And it was Lieutenant Colonel Serreo who confirmed the case for me that the bullets were
Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel
Serreo.
Serreo.
Yes, sir.
Can all those people come and give evidence? So that's
Yes, indeed, we will be calling Colonel Serreo.
Serreo.
Yes.
Is that the one who signed?
He will
He's
sign.
the one who confirmed.
Uthi ke mechaza ke uKenneth ukuthi uma ke ngiqhathanisile noma kukhona ke engikutholile ngisho noma ke sekungasahlangane ke sekunegative ke osikwenzayo ukuthi sibiza ke ozakwethu labo esisebenza nabo ukuthi baze ke bazofakaza ke noma babone ukuthi lokho engikutholile ngempela kuyiqiniso yini la kumina ke bawu4 engababiza bonke ke babe sebe sinikeza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi impela ke lokho engikutholile nabo ke babona kodwa ke uyedwa kuphela owasayinda kwaba uyena uKenneth Serreo bathi ke bazombiza ke ukuthi impela ke azokufakaza lokho.
So Lieutenant Colonel, you're still carrying out a demonstration? You're still carrying out a demonstration?
So man, when we do the comparison, as I said, you look at the striation, you're matching striations. Now, in terms of firearm comparison, we use the 3D or the 2D, whereby you can look at the matching the striations on your bullets and on your test. Now, with the CMJ, what you're looking at is your striations. You might not see the striations matching on one groove. What you'll do is you'll look at different grooves. Now, in this instance, what I could find was there's striations matching on one groove, and where the bullet twisting, those markings will be on one side, but you can't find them on the other side of the same groove. You go to another groove. On the other groove, you can see the striation match on that. And on that, you can say that based on the fact that you found them, the matching striation, not on only one groove, you can conclude by saying that it's a positive ID.
Masebenzisa yona ke le inhlamvu abayibiza ngokuthi ke i-CMJ ngenzeka uma ubheka ke lama line ababiza ukuthi ama striations ukuthi ungayithola ku groove eyodwa uma usundlulela kwenye ke ungayiboni ke kodwa uphinde uye kwenye ke uyibone ke lokho kusho ukuthi ke impela ke kuyasho ukuthi ke kuyahlangana ke ngoba uyitholile iline noma ku striation eyodwa ku groove eyodwa wasephinde futhi uyayithola nakwelandelayo.
Now, how many matching striations are necessary to come to the conclusion that there's a positive match?
Well, on different grooves, what I could say was, what normally do is like when you look at the fingerprints for a positive match, you have to get at least 7 matchings. Now on this, on firearm examination, what we do is the criteria that we use is it's 6 matching striations on one groove, or you can get a set of 2 or 2 sets of 3 matching striations on different grooves. Then it makes a hit.
Wenza ke isibonelo ngama fingerprints ukuthi ke kuma fingerprints ukuze utholeke ukuthi impela ke ayahlangana uma uwaqhathanisa ufanele utholeke ama features awu7 kodwa ke lana ke sibheka u6 kodwa uma ukuthi ke uthola 2 kodwa ke ngawu3 kuma ngawu3 abohlukene nalapho uyakwazi ukuhlanganisa ukuthi ke upositive low.
Yes, but in this instance, how many striations did you find on each groove?
On each groove, my lord, I found on the first groove that I've matched, I found 6 matching striations.
Ku groove yokuqala ke engayiqhathanisa ke ngathola ke ama lines la abizwa ukuthi ama striation awu6.
Then on the other groove, I found 5 matching striations.
Kwaze ukuthi ke ku groove elandelayo ke ngathola awu5.
On the other groove, I found 2 matching striations, of which the pattern is different from the others. So here we're looking at the striation and the pattern.
Lana ke kodwa kulena ke ngathola 2 kodwa ke ubheke ke indlela angayo ke ukuthi ke yahlukile yona lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-pattern.
Yes, I use those 3, my lord.
Ngasebenzisa lezo eziwu3.
Did you prepare a court chart to demonstrate the match?
That's correct, my lord. I prepared a code chart for that.
Kune code chart ke engiyenzile ke ukuba ukukhombisa khona lokho ke engikhuluma ngako.
God, please, my lord, the court chart has been handed up this morning as Exhibit X in brackets 13, E1 up to E5.
Yeah.
if you can take the court through the court chart, it's also there on the screen.
On the court chart that I have prepared, my lord, you have the first striation there. You have this one.
La komba khona-ke ila athi khona-ke
You have this
umugqa
one.
wokuqala
You have here,
elandelayo
and you have there.
enye naleya.
All these striations are matching. It's a
Zonke
continuation of a line from one exhibit to the other side.
uqhubekeka-ke kwawo-ke ama-line kusuka kwenye-ke ukudlulela kwelandelayo.
Yeah, just maybe for record purpose, just indicate which one is the test bullet and which one is the
As I have
Exhibit
explained, my
bullet.
lord, on your microscope, your exhibit will be on your left-hand side, your test will be on your right-hand side. When you look at it, this is the exhibit bullet, and then this side is the test bullet.
Ilena-ke ubufakazi lena engaku-left inhlamvu bese kuthi le eku-right ilena ekuyiyona-ke ekutestwa ngayo.
yes, you may proceed.
When you look at this one, this is where I said the pattern, there it matches. Then you have a thick line or a thick pattern of it, which continues, starts from this side, continues that side. Here you can see there's a mesh on it, and then here it's not clear, but you can see it when you watch when you're looking at
Khonakala-ke
it on
lapha
the
yaphezulu
microscope.
kodwa uma ubheka lana ezansi-ke la akhuluma khona-ke nge-pattern nokuthi futhi-ke iyahlangana.
This one is the same as the previous one. You can,
Ilena-ke efana nale endlulile.
when you look into this one also, your striations this side on the exhibit bullet continues that side on the test bullet.
Uma
So there
ubheka-ke
you have your
lama
matching
marks lana
striations.
noma lama line-ke iyaqhubeka-ke lana ku-left-ke iya kulena-ke ekutestwa ngayo ku-right.
Yes, how many striations did you find there?
On this one, you have the first one there. You have this one too. You have the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, and then the sixth one is this one.
Awu-6-ke uma iwabala-ke lana athi awawathola-ke.
Yes, you may proceed.
The previous one and this one is the same one.
Lena endlulile nalena ziyafana.
Yes, thank you. Right, you can proceed. I think you had paragraph 9.2.
In paragraph 9.2, the bullet fragment mentioned in 3.2 is unsuitable for microscopic comparison due to damage.
Bese kuthi-ke inhlamvu-ke lena yona-ke eyayilimeleke ekhulunywa ngayo ku-3.2 yona-ke ayikho kwisimo-ke sokuthi yayingaqhathaniswa-ke ngenxa yokuthi-ke yayilimele.
In paragraph 10, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and processes which requires knowledge and skill in ballistics.
Lokho-ke noma-ke engafikelela kukona-ke ekugcineni-ke ngasho ukuthi kuyikona-ke kwakungenxa-ke yeqiniso kanye namaqiniso-ke noma-ke ama-facts nokuthi lokho ukuthola ngokuthi-ke ubheke-ke noma uhlole-ke lokho kuhlola lokho okufuna-ke ukuthi ulwazi-ke kanye futhi-ke ne-skill kuwona ama-ballistic.
Paragraph 11. After examination, the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3, 4, and 5 were disposed as follows.
Yes.
On the 23rd of July 2020, the exhibits mentioned and tests mentioned in paragraph 3.1, 3.2, and 8.2 were sealed in evidence bag with number PA 60042107772 and are filed in case file with lab number 217267, which is the phosphorus case file.
Kwase kuthi ke emuva kokuthi kwahlolwa ke ufakazi lobu obuchaziwe ku paragraph 3, 4 nokanye no 5 ke kwezwa lokho kulandelayo ke ngako nge 23 zika July 2020 ama exhibits kanye nama test ke ashiwo ke ku 3.1, 3.2 kanye no 8.2 ase efakwa ke isikhwama sobufakazi esine number eUPA 600-421-0772 ase egcinwa ke noma efayilwa ke kuyona ke i-case file ene lab 0217267114 ekuyena ke leyase phosphorus.
And on the same day, the test mentioned in 4.1 and 4.2 were sealed in evidence back with number PA 60042107765 and were filed in case file with lab number 34369/15, which is the Cleveland case file.
Kwase kuthi ngalelo langa ke ama test ke la khulunywa ngawo ku 4.1 kanye no 4.2 asefakwa ke isikhwameni sobufakazi esine number eUPA 600-421-0765 afayilwa ke kuyona ke i-case file yase lab EU 34369/15 ekuyile yase Cleveland.
Paragraph 11.3. On the 27th of July, the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 7 were sealed in evidence back with number PA 400440432 and were handed over to the SAP 13 store in Cleveland SAPS.
Nge 27 zika July 2020 ama exhibits ekhulunywa ngawo ku paragraph 7 avalelwa noma afakwa ke kwisikhwama sasesivalwa ke sobufakazi esine number eUPA 400-4404-332 ase endluliselwa ke ku SAP 13 store eyase Cleveland emaphoyiseni.
And once again, was an entry made in this regard when the exhibits were returned?
That's correct, Madam.
Uma ke lokhu sekubuyiselwa khona ke eCleveland nalapho ke kwabhalwa ke ukuthi kwabuyiselwa.
Can I ask you to once again to turn to exhibit X in brackets 2, the 4th page thereof, on the date 27 July 2020. So what is the entry?
That on the 27th of July 2020, I can't see what is written here, but I can see 3.1 to 3.3 booked back by Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena.
Lana ke nge 27 zika July 2020 yithi item 3.1 to 3.3 lase sibuyiselwa ke by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
And what happened after you booked the exhibits back in?
Right, my lord. After booking in the exhibit as a SAP 13, the investigating officer, Brigadier Gininda, booked them out and said he wants to keep them, remove them from the station for safekeeping. So
Emuva kokuthi ngayithatha ke noma lawo ma exhibit lawo ngawasa khona ke eCleveland wahamba ke umphenyi wecala uBrigadier Gininda wathi ke ufuna uwagcina ke kuyena ke ngamagama ufuna ukuthi awasuseke epolice station.
Yes.
he said he wanted to keep them safe until the court proceedings, and he feels it's not safe there at the station, but he doesn't have a safe. So he requested me, since I have an exhibit safe at work that I keep all my exhibits, I can take the firearm, he will book it back to me where I can sign that I'm keeping the exhibit with me. And then he brought the exhibit to me at the lab, and I kept them in a safe.
Ngoba ethi ke yena ke wayefila ke ukuthi ke awakho safe ke epolice station uyawakhipha ke ngoba wathi ke futhi ke akanayo ke isafe ke yena ke uyacela ke ukuthi mina ngiwagcine kumina ke lab.
And just for record purposes, what were these exhibits that you kept in your safe at the lab?
The exhibits that I kept in the lab were the firearm and the box of ammunition that I've just. They were kept in my safe, exhibit safe, since the same day that we took them back from the station until today when I bring them to court.
Ngikhuluma ngaso isibhamu kanye ke nebox lena ke zakhishwa ke ngaleli langa lena ke ngikhuluma ngalo ukuthi ke uBrigadier Gininda wayikhipha ke epolice station kwaze kwanamuhla zagcinwa ke esafini yami kwaze kwanamuhla ke njengoba ngiza nazo la enkantolo.
Yes, you can read the rest of your affidavit.
On paragraph 12, during the performance of my official duties, the exhibits mentioned were for the purpose of the examination kept in my custody under lock and key from the 20th of July until the 27th of July.
Nkathi ke ngenza ke umsebenzi wami ama exhibits lana ke ekhulunywa ngawo ke ngokuthi ke ayezohlolwa ke agcinwa ke yimina ke ngiwakhiyele ngazo i20 ukusuka ngazo i20 zika July 2020 kwaze bayoshaya ke i27 zika July 2020.
Do you confirm the correctness of your affidavit and stand by it?
That's correct, my lord.
Impela ke ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi lokhu okulana ke kule affidavit ke kuyiqiniso.
If we can perhaps just deal with general issues, Colonel. Now, earlier on, you referred to your central registration system. Can you just explain what is the position when cartridges are sent to the lab? Is there a record kept of the results of those cartridges? And if so, what is the position regarding bullets?
When they are sent to the lab,
Yes, after tests have been carried out. Is there central data where the information is stored?
my lord, we have the IBIS system, which is the Integrated Ballistics Identification System. It's a system that we're using for comparison of different cases and outstanding cases. Normally what we do is, if we receive cartridge cases from the crime scene, we examine them first to determine how many firearms were used. And if we can determine, let's say we have 20 cartridge cases, and they were fired in 5 firearms, what we'll do, we'll take one specimen from each. We acquire it on the IBIS system, because they were fighting different firearms. And we'll compare them with outstanding cases. Now, what we do, when you do a comparison on the IBIS system, the IBIS system will catch the breech face, the firing pin, the ejector, and the extractor marks. So that's what we acquire on the system, and it will continue comparing them. If we receive the firearm, we do the same thing. We shoot a test with the firearm, and one of the tests, let's say maybe TC1, like in this case I'll say 369 TC1, we acquire it on the IBIS system to compare with outstanding cases. We do that.
I want to understand. It's sort of a bank,
It's sort of a data bank.
data bank,
Yes.
which you can refer to at any time regarding other cases.
What we'll do is, if you have this firearm under the Cleveland,
Yeah.
you can request it to be compared with other cases, and it's either you make it provincial or national.
Okay.
When you do it national, it will, if there's any firearm or if there are any exhibit cartridge cases that link, it will give you the possibility that this cartridge case, then you have to get them and compare them to confirm if this is the right firearm.
Okay.
Sine system esibiza ke ngokuthi iIBIS la khona ke uma kuukuthi ke ama cartridge atholakele ke asithi ke awu20 mhlambe ke kunezibhamu ezahlukeneke ke ezisetshenzisiwe lapho ke kuleyo system ila khona ke iyakwazi yona ke ukuthi uma ibheka kuleyo cartridges ukuthi ke kubhekwe namanye ke amacala aphenywayo noma ke akusona icala elihlangene ngaleso sikhathi leso noma yinto leyo esiyenza isifunda noma ke esiyenza ke nationally yona ke izokutshela ke ukuthi noma ke kuyisibhamu futhi naso kwenziwa ngaleyo ndlela ke futhi naso sibhekwe kuleyo IB system leyo ukuthi yini akhona amanye amacala ahlanganiswa naso leso sibhamu leso.
No,
If the system is not, if the system is not overloaded, you'll take about 5 to 10 minutes to acquire one cartridge case. And then we do the same thing with the bullets also. But now the challenge is with one bullet, you can take up to 20 minutes to 30 minutes acquiring one bullet, because we have to acquire each and every groove that's on the bullet. So the decision that was taken at the lab was that with pistols, because in most cases, if a pistol is used, it will eject cartridge cases on the crime scene, and most cartridge cases will be collected at the scene. We do cartridge cases only on pistols. And in case of a revolver, because a revolver doesn't eject cartridge cases at the scene, if bullets are recovered, we'll do bullets on the system also, but you can also do the cartridge cases. In case of like hunting rifles, where you have bigger calibers, like calibers that are used for rhino poaching, all the bullets of bigger calibers, we acquire them on the system to compare with other cases. Now, in this instance, on the Phosphorus case, because there was no cartridge cases, it was only a bullet, and we don't acquire 9mm or pistol ammunition. That's the reason why we missed the hit on this exhibit, where we were supposed to, if there was a cartridge case, it would have been compared with the Cleveland case around 2015. We could have found a hit on that one. That's how we missed the hit on that one.
Lana ke uma sikhuluma ngazo ke ama cartridge uyakwazi uthatha ke u5 no 10 minutes kuyona ke isystem, kodwa ke uma sikhuluma ngayo ke ibullet yona ke yakwazi uthatha ke u20 minutes. Futhi ke la ekugcineni ke uma isethi ke kuyona ke lena icase okwabangelaka ukuthi ke ihit ke size ke simiseke noma ke sigejeke ingoba ke kwakungena cartridge case eyayikhona ke khona lapho esasingayihlanganisa noma siyiqhathanise kanye nayo.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, the exhibit 2 that has just been handed up, the firearm, what caliber firearm is it?
It's a 9mm parabellum.
Isibhamu lesi ke esilana ke phambi kwami ke i9mm iparabellum.
You mentioned just now that there were no cartridge cases in this matter.
In the Phosphorus case, there was no cartridge cases found in the scene.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi kuqala leli ke lase Phosphorus awekho ke ama cartridge awatholakala ke kwindawo yesigameko.
Are you, as a ballistic expert, able to explain as to why there were no cartridges on the scene?
My Lord, there can be reasons why the cartridge cases were found on the scene. It's not an unusual thing that when you get a firearm that has been used, it's a pistol, but there are no cartridge cases. There are instances where you found that when the shots were fired, if people were crowded, there's possibility that the cartridge cases could have landed on people's clothes. And when they move away from the crime scene. There are instances where you find the person has been shot at the crime scene. At the mortuary, when they undress the person, they find the cartridge cases on the body. And in this instance,
Just a minute.
Lana ke kunezathu ezahlukeneke engabangela ke ukuthi ama cartridge noma amagobolondo engazange atholakaleke lapha yana kuyenzeka ke ukuthi la kunabantu ke nesixuku sabantu khona ke ukuthi la amagobolondo lawo aweleke impahla zabantu abayigqokile ngesinye isikhathi uyathola ukuthi uma umuntu esemakhazini noma kwenza esemochwari ke uma ngaba esekhumulwa ke impahla yakhe atholakale ela kuyena ke emzimbeni.
in this instance, what I'm looking at is, if we look at the shot that was fired, or how the deceased was shot, it's a contact shot to the body. The firearm was in contact with the body. There's a possibility that his hands could have been on the firearm. If, let's say, the firearm is pointed at him, the shot is fired, his hands is holding the firearm. This will affect the cycling of a firearm. Because when a firearm is fired, the shot is fired, and then the firearm must cycle when the slide moves back, it ejects the fired cartridge cases and then load another round. Now, in the process, if the firearm is held in this position, the slide will not move. So the fired cartridge case will stuck inside the chamber. So that we cannot rule out.
Kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi ngalendlela-ke abonisa ngayo-ke ukuthi mhlampe isandla sakhe uma ufisa sisibambileke isibhamu kanjena. Uma kukanjalo-ke le part lena angeke ize ihambeke, lokho okungenza-ke ukuthi igobolondo noma i-cartridge leyo-ke ihlale ngaphakathi ingaphumi.
Another issue that has come up in this matter is the issue of primer residue.
My Lord, there's
What is your commentary regarding the conducting of tests, primer
primer residue.
residue tests?
My Lord, firstly, we need to understand what are the primer residue, because there's a difference between the primer residue and the propellant powder particles or the gunpowder. When we're talking about the gunpowder or the propellant, it's the powder particles which are found inside this, which burns and turns into gas. And when you're talking about the primer residue, we have this as the primer. And what's the function of the primer? The function of the primer is to ignite the propellant powder that is inside. Now, when the firing pin of the firearm strikes the primer of this will produce flame. So the primer residue is like the ashes from this primer when it produces flame to ignite the propellant powder. Now, when the firearm cycles, that particles will be ejected and it will be thrown everywhere. Now, in instances where a person tests positive for primer residue or even on the clothing, it does not necessarily mean the person has discharged the firearm. It can be one of the four possibilities. It can be that the person has discharged a firearm. It can be that the person has touched a firearm that has just been discharged. It can be that the person was within the vicinity of 2 square meters when the shot was fired. Or it can be a contamination. Now, when we speak of contamination, in this case, what I'm looking at is the deceased was shot in a contact shot. So the residue, the primer residue, it's most likely will contaminate his clothing, his t-shirts. Now, when you look at the people who were in the house, they tried to resuscitate, they carried him into the car to take him to the hospital. In that instance, there could have been contamination. So there could be a possibility that all the people who touched him can test positive for primer residue. And that does not necessarily mean they've discharged the firearm. And does not necessarily mean they were there. But because they've touched him, they can test positive. I can give another example in the case of where you get a person who commits suicide. He shoots himself and then drops, the firearm drops next to him. The first person who responds finds him lying down. He takes the firearm, removes the firearm. The person who removes the firearm can also test positive because they have touched the firearm that has just been discharged. So the primer residue, it depends on the case. Let's say if you have murder cases, all the murder cases cannot be examined the same or cannot be investigated the same way. It will depend on the merit of the case. In this case, I would think that conducting the primer residue on this would not be assisting us with anything.
Masicala ke ekugcineni kwangeke kusize ngalutho ukuthi ke senzeke i-test lena ye-primer residue. Uma sisho-ke lana-ke sibheke okokuqala ukuthi umufi uma edutshuka-ke noma isibhamu lesi-ke sasisondele kakhulu-ke kuyena noma sasila kuyena emzimbeni ukuthi-ke leyo powder noma leyo residue leyo-ke yayingagcwala-ke kuyena-ke eyimpahleni la kuyena-ke bese kuba nabantu futhi abamthatha bamhambisa labo bantu nabo-ke leyo primer-ke ingatholakala kubona-ke lokho-ke akusho ukuthi laba badubula-ke kungenzeka ukuthi umuntu uma enayo ukuthi wabamba isibhamu ukuthi wayeseduze nala kwakudutshulwa ngakhona noma-ke futhi waba nokuphazamisa abanako-ke wasenikeza nangesibonelo-ke somuntu oyidubulile ukuthi loyo muntu uma eyidubula awe phansi-ke nesibhamu beseduze kwakhe umuntu ozofika sithathe leso sibhamu leso naye-ke angatesta positive akusho kodwa lokho ukuthi uyena-ke umuntu odubulile.
Lieutenant Colonel, if I can ask you to turn to Exhibit S. These are the photos of the downloads of the cell phone of accused number 3. Exhibit S should be there. Yes. It will be shown on the screen just now. There's a photo with various firearms. If you can tell the court whether you are able to see Exhibit 2, the firearm that's currently before court. Yes, are you able to identify it on any of those photos? You can page through all the photos where the firearms are shown. If you can have a look at that one on the screen.
It's not the same type of firearm.
Akusona-ke lesi isibhamu.
Yes, and that one.
My lord, this is also a CZ75. It's
Nalena
the same type of firearm, but I cannot confirm that it is the one that we have in
nalena
the same
i-CZ
model.
4075 kodwa ngeke ngisho ukuthi ilesi esiphambi kwenkantolo kodwa imodel eyodwa.
What picture number is it, Mr. Bolui?
40, my lord.
40.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, and just on those ones.
I cannot see clearly the types of firearms that are there.
Angiyiboni kahle-ke lezi inhlobo zezibhamu ey'laphayana kulesi sithombe.
Okay, you can also look at the.
My lord, the photos are too blurry. I cannot confirm
Okay.
what type. What
Ayigamile-ke iy'thombe lezi angikwazi ukusho-ke kahle-ke.
Now, Warrant Officer Musia took some swabs from the kitchen tile on the wall, took swabs 5 and 6. I just want to show you a photo where he took swab 5 and 6. I think it's photo 86 and 87. It's photo 91 and 92. Now, swab 6, which was a wet swab from the kitchen towel on the wall. We have the DNA results there on as per exhibit X11. And the results are that swab number 6, the deceased profile can be read in the DNA material that was found in the swab. What would your comment be regarding the blood that was found there on the kitchen wall?
On the kitchen wall.
Yes.
My lord, if we look at the bleeding of the deceased, how he was shot, the entrance is on the chest, the exit is at the back. And if he starts bleeding, he's wearing a vest and a t-shirt. So for blood to be on the crime scene, for blood to start dripping, the t-shirt and the vest that he was wearing has to soak in blood first. And there's gravity, so blood will be oozing from the end will start flowing downwards. But your vest and the t-shirt must soak first in blood before it can start dripping. So the blood that we see there, it might be when they were transporting him or after maybe somebody touched the blood and then touched the wall, transferring that blood to the wall. But that cannot be related to the wound as he was shot at.
Leli gazi ke elibonakala laphayana noma elikhonjwa laphayana ngeke kuthiwa igazi leli ke eliphuma kulona ke inxeba ngoba ngenzeka nanjengoba adutshulwa ke ukuthi kuzoqala nanjengoba wayegqoke iskipa kanye nevest ukuthi iqale kube izona ke ezimanzi ezisokwa kulona ke igazi lelo ukuze liqale ke ukuthi liconisise futhi ke sivileke nokuthi ke base bemthatha ke mhlambe kunomuntu owambamba ke wase eyobamba khona lapha ubondini.
Because when you look at, if you can look at how he was wounded or how the wound was inflicted, it's a gunshot. When you look at our 9mm, normal 9mm pistol, when you look at the muzzle velocity of a 9mm, the muzzle velocity of a 9mm bullet is between 350 and 380 meters per second. So it's very quick. So if a person is shot, before he could start bleeding, the bullet is already gone, it's gone. So chances of finding blood on that bullet are very slim. Because as it exits, there's a t-shirt, there's a vest. which can wipe the blood, can remove the blood. And again, the speed, when it travels, again, the speed of that bullet can also remove blood due to the wind, as it cuts through the wind.
Nangesivinini ke inhlamvu ehamba ngaso ngakhulukazi ke i9 mm u350 kuya ke ku308 ngesecond ke kungenzeka kune vest kune t-shirt ukuthi nayo nazo ke zingalisuka ke lelo gazi lelo uthi uma eqala nje ukopha ke ibise inhlamvu yona kade iphumile.
That's good, please, my lord. This is almost time to call it a day for today. Yes, it's 3:30.
Okay.
Can we then adjourn until tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Are you available? Definitely tomorrow.
I'm available, my lord.
Okay. Then until 10 o'clock tomorrow.